Check out the Madhouse Morning Show, hosted by me, James Hollywood Machikari, co-hosted by the lovely China Dow, uncensored and non-politically correct. Join us as we cover everything from breaking news, politics, and everything else under the sun. The Morning Madhouse streams live on Rumble, X, and YouTube. So join the conversation and give a show a follow. See you then. Rock on. Oh, yeah, baby. It's election night coverage right here. We got Mike Ball. We're on his channel. We are all over the place today. Rumble and Facebook, as well as YouTube and Twitter, all that good stuff. What's up, Mikey? I have a good feeling, man. I have a good feeling.
Me too. I think this might be a blowout. You know, I'm excited about this one.
It is already starting. They have a bunch of calls right now. It looks like Florida is almost in right now, 71%, and Trump is just laying it out there. Right now, the count is 105-72, and Pennsylvania and stuff should be closing in about a minute. What do you think is going to happen tonight, man?
Man, I think we're going to see a few states that we weren't necessarily expecting to flip over to red. Mm-hmm. That's a prediction that I just have and feeling I have. I think within the last couple of weeks was very telling. And even a couple of weeks ago, I would have told you almost the opposite, you know, where I was thinking, well, I really think there might be the edge for Harris here. But I really, really think that Trump is going to take this one.
I'm talking to man. You're right. The last week, I really think it determined the momentum that Trump had going forward. And it was just amazing to see the excitement just burst this whole past week. And one thing I do know after this election, I think the mainstream media is dead, man.
You're 100% right. And all that money and advertising that you see in cable, all that's coming to the internet after this. You know what I mean? All that big money. Wait until that big money hits the internet. That's going to be humongous.
They just called Missouri for President Trump. Of course, they called Illinois for Harris, my communist state. But what you have to realize when you're in a communist state, man, the vote still goes towards the popular vote. And I think the polls have really underestimated Donald Trump again. I think, like you said, it's going to be amazing to see what the hell comes out of all this.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Hey, we got brother Steve Easy for 10 months coming in hot. He says Trump by a landslide. That's right, my man. I appreciate you, brother Steve. 10 months.
10 months. Rock and roll, man. Lamestream media is obsolete 100%. Joe Rogan came out last night and endorsed Donald Trump.
That was humongous.
I was
actually not expecting it.
What's up, everybody on Rumble? Welcome to the election night coverage, man. You got myself and Mike Ball. We got some special guests coming in later on. Scooter up over there. Thanks for everybody for supporting us on Rumble. We've been having a lot of problems with YouTube lately, so we're really pushing Rumble and X right now. Free speech over there. Commanders in the chat room as well. So going through this, what do you think the chances of Trump, and right now Trump with 33% of the vote in, is up in Georgia? One thing I don't understand, Mike, is Florida's huge and they already got 75% of the vote cut.
Yep. And that's a very interesting thing, as like you have certain counties in Arizona that are saying, oh, it may take up to 12 days. Like, come on, dude. You know what I mean? There's no way that's even, like, how could you make up such a crazy lie? That's not even a state thing. That's a county thing.
If I was the other counties, especially in Georgia or Arizona, I wouldn't report my totals until Fulton and Georgia came in and Maricopa County came in. Yep. I wouldn't report them.
You're 100% right. Yep. That's exactly it.
I think a lot of people are on edge right now because a lot of proof has come out about the 2020, and nobody's going to sit idly by this time around.
No, you're right. You're right. People are ready for this shit, you know, and it's It'd be
Right
really
now,
dumb for
Trump
them to
is
be.
56.3, 43.2 in Georgia
Oh
with
shit.
35% of reporting. That's going to be going on most of the night. But they did say by 8 o'clock Eastern, we might see the way it was going. And right now it's going with Georgia. But go ahead
Wow.
with your thoughts.
No, that's definitely interesting. It's going to be Georgia's going to be one of those observant states. I think everyone's kind of watching Georgia, right? I mean, they kind of fucked themselves, and hence why we're doing it. You know, we're watching observantly, and we'll see what happens throughout the entire night. I'm hoping that obviously it'd be really nice if we could just have an honest election, but it's hard to say because when there's something big at stake like this, there usually is some sort of cheating.
Now, Pennsylvania is reporting 3%, and they did say that Kamala, in order to win Pennsylvania, would need 700,000 votes to win, which in Hillary Clinton, I think, got 500,000. Joe Biden got six. It's almost impossible for her to reach that.
It's a
In
humongous number.
Pennsylvania. It's huge. What do you think about women voting right now? A lot of them seem like they're, and I'm not saying all of them, but are single voter issues.
Yep.
And I've made the case on the Madhouse for weeks now. There's some very serious stuff going around in this world. And to vote for somebody just because they're a woman doesn't seem logical to me.
No, of course not. Of course not. Now, when it comes down to voting and women voting, here's my hot take on that. I don't think most men alone should be able to fucking vote. You know what I mean? I think we should be a republic, honest. I think you should have some sort of skin in the game in order to, at bare minimum, at least pay taxes. You know what I mean? We have to have a standard here, but yet we just kind of allow everybody to vote. Now, here's something very interesting.
Thanks,
Today,
Starks.
when I
Thanks,
went
Starks. For
and
the
voted
birthday.
today, I actually had to have my ID. I was surprised by that. I was like, wow, I guess Alabama is, they're making sure that people got their ID. That's a good thing.
Well, I think if Trump wins, one of the first things I want to see him do is election reform. That's the biggest thing I want to see. Go back to paper ballots, go to voter ID, clean up the voter rolls, get it done, because it's just amazing the tricks that you see in Chicago, man. That's a known fact that you'd rope-a-dope everybody.
Yes.
But we're going to bring in Hardwire with us. He's one of our special guests, and then we'll have Straight A Jacket on as well. What's up, Hardwire? What's your thoughts about tonight, man?
I think it's definitely too early to tell, but I think it's looking good for the Republicans.
Oh, yeah. The turnout is just absolutely insane right now for the Republicans. They might even be able to take Virginia. That's how close it's getting out there. But what do you think about 11% of the independents going for Trump?
Only 11%. It should be more than that.
In Georgia.
Oh, well,
that's just Georgia alone. Yeah.
That's good. My daughter almost chickened out today. She was scared. She didn't want to go, and then I
go voting.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was her first time.
Because you made 2 trips today, didn't you?
Yeah, I stopped at lunchtime and took the wife down. It was her first time voting, and she's just turned 40 this year, and she never voted. So she's
good on her.
Voter.
I'm glad that you did that. You organized that. That's good.
Same with the daughter. She's 28, and it's her first time voting. So it's
right now, Florida is 89% in. Trump, let's see here, Duval County, that is huge. And I think they're going to be calling it for Trump soon for Florida. Yep, it just got called if he would stop freaking moving it.
No kidding.
These anchors just keep moving it.
Yeah,
but it looks like Florida has just been called for Trump.
Wow. Look at Atlanta. Well, look at all of GA right now. Look at all those red counties. And it's so crazy. That's going to be like you with Illinois. You have, a lot of red counties or red areas. And then all of a sudden you have, of course, Chicago and stuff like that. That just
There's
kinda,
actually on the ballot downstate Illinois right now. I think it's 4 or 5 counties that want to break away from,
mm,
because Illinois is a red state if it wasn't for Chicago.
wow. Yep,
Yeah.
that's
Straight
right.
A, what's up, man?
What's up, everybody? Sorry I'm a little late. I'm almost home with this pizza. His kids got me running late tonight.
That's what happens when you have 7, kids. You have a whole football team.
You
Yeah.
ain't lying. I definitely got a fire squad. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good, man. Once you get hooked up and all that stuff, come back on, man. We're gonna be here for a while.
You got it. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be in the studio ready.
Bye,
Nice.
man.
Perfect.
So anyway, it looks like again they're going through all their predictions right now. But go ahead. What was the biggest issue for you right now, Mike and Hardwire? What was one of the biggest issues?
One of the issues that I'm like in the election aspect, or what the person that we're voting for aspect, and what aspect?
No, as far as for this election, what pulled you? Everybody knows we're Trump supporters and stuff.
Sure.
Maybe I could get BD on here one of these days. But what was one of the most important issues for you?
Well, truthfully, early voting is something that had me wary, of course. I mean, hence you guys see that I'm wearing my I voted sticker because I just did today. And that's how I believe to do it. I think that's probably the most fair way you can do it without, because I literally put my Scantron into the machine and it counts it right there. Boom. It takes my vote. It reads it, whatever. And it's happening right in front of me. I'm not mailing it in.
Giant copy machine kind of.
Yes. And then you put it in and it sucks it in like a ATM. Yeah. Very, very cool.
Fulton County, Kamala is underperforming right now in Fulton. So the votes ain't there right now for her.
Interesting. Just White, I want to give you a special thanks. She says, hello, Mike, for $10 in Australian money. That's probably like $2 here. No, I'm just playing. Your sugar mama is showing some love. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, I got to give you a big W, Jess. Appreciate you.
I bet you Kamala Harris underperformed often. Oh, I mean, that's what it is.
What about you, Hardwire? What was one of your most important issues of it? Was it immigration? Was it the economy?
Oh, okay. Now I know the question.
I would say mostly the economy. Immigration's really close in second. I have personally seen the economy start doing a lot worse. I told everybody that, you can't. You have to believe what you see with your own eyes. And I seen whenever Trump was president, there was help wanted signs everywhere. Everybody was doing better. And literally, I am not joking. The day Biden got in office, everything started just immediately going down. You could see it.
You're right. How can you deny that aspect, right? But it's very interesting that the left will tend to, disagree with that statement. And then it'll be like, well, this is the best economy we've ever had. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
And I live in small town Ohio, and we got a lot of immigrants here, man. It's even in a small town, and they used to be that you always there's a chicken farm down here, and that's a big Case Farms that sells them all across the United States, and a couple other companies that are fairly big companies around here that used to be they had to worry about immigration raiding the places, and they wouldn't take some of them sometimes whenever Trump was in office. Now they're not even scared. They're hiring and busting them in.
One thing that you could really see as far as the economy was concerned, if you look at the trucking industry, when the trucking industry is in that bad of shape, the economy's bad. I talk to truckers all the time, and they're like, man, the loads are just not there. Small trucking companies are shutting down. That's how bad the economy has really gotten.
Everything ties back to oil prices. I mean, in one shape or form or another, because everything runs, on oil.
Yeah, no kidding.
When oil prices go up, all everybody's prices go up.
Of damn near everything. Yep,
and that's
100%.
one of the things. Why wouldn't I never understood it, especially with this current administration. Why would you want to go to countries that hate us to buy the oil when we got it right underneath our feet?
Well, unfortunately, it's kind of like a long thinking. You deplete everybody else's, you tap them out, and you keep your resources underneath where your true wealth actually is. I believe that they kind of looked at that as a long game. I'm kind of the person that why do that? Like we're still spending money to get their oil anyways, so you might as well do it here and be able to provide jobs and bring down price of petroleum at humongous. If we're not importing this, there because that's primarily where all of our oil pretty much comes from, is imported, and so of course it's going to be humongous price for the American people to withstand.
What's the
Yes,
modern word for it? Simps. Everybody's in America wants to simp for nature, simp for animals.
No kidding.
You feel bad for all of them, and make all of us suffer whenever we could be doing so much better if we quit. Not necessarily quit worrying about it entirely, but do the smarter thing and not just pass all these regulations that make it 10 times harder to do anything.
It looks like again they just called Florida for Trump, man. Almost a 12-point hit, man. That is unbelievable.
That's humongous.
Points. And right now in Georgia, the results coming in, they are underperforming in Fulton County. Trump's 55.5 to 44%.
Wow.
41% in right now. North Carolina, they got her up 52, but it's only 8% coming in with that. I think we're seeing a situation right now, Hardwire, where it's looking like a Reagan style blowout.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, that's right. Real quick, I want to give a special shout out over to Jess. She just gifted over another 10 memberships to you guys. Thank you so much, Jess.
Jess, you're awesome right there. Dr. Harley, everybody up in the chat room right now. We appreciate you joining in with the coverage tonight of election 2024. What are your fears? I'm going to ask both of you about how this election ends. Do you think if Trump wins, the left's going to start blowing the country out, or you think the right goes crazy if they feel like they got cheated? Where do you think we're at, since we're in a divided country right now?
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I think it's going to be unrest on kind of both sides here. No matter what's going to happen, there's going to be unrest. Now, is one going to be worse than the other? Yes, of course. If Kamala wins, there's going to be unrest, but it's not going to be to the extent if vice versa, right? Usually, this is a usual case of, Democrats usually tend to go based off of emotion, not necessarily completely logic. And so when you're running those are dangerous people, emotional people in general. Just the vote alone is dangerous. And so, it's going to be chaos. And I hope that people don't make really bad decisions like tomorrow, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think if the Democrats win, the Republicans will try to handle things a little more civilly through litigation and different things like that, but they'll try. And the other way around, if Donald Trump wins, I see the Democrats having an absolute hissy fit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that.
Storming the streets and everything else, it's going to be BLM riots all over again, if you ask me.
One thing that I don't understand, and Hardwire, you're old enough to remember this, Mike might not be, but it used to be no matter what party we were supporting, after the election, that all stopped and we actually supported the new president, because it was about this country. In the last couple elections, it hasn't been that way. Do you think it's ever going to go back that way?
I don't think so. I don't know. Some of it might be more because of the Trump hatred, but it just seems like with the internet seemed to start with a lot of people's communication back and forth, and basically them finding easier ways to try to propagandize people That's when the hate's really ramped up.
What do you think about the hate hardwire with how the supposed mainstream media, the last week they went crazy. The last week it was like, do you guys even know you're supposed to be, non-biased? That's why nobody trusts you.
Right. I was listening to Elon on X earlier, and people were asking him questions, and everybody was thanking him because X has become a really good platform. I never used to mess with it, but I've started more and more here lately.
I love
and
it.
It's actually becoming very good. I wish Elon Musk would consider buying a television station where we could go and, and like Elon Musk said, he said, in order to get people to understand, he says, you don't even have to like show them this bias or this bias to say, here, this is the actual uncut footage. Make up your own mind, see without them taking things out of context like they like to do, and someplace where you could just get that.
Right now we got Dr. Harley and Straight A joining us right now.
What up, everybody?
What's up, y'all?
House full of brothers.
Good to see you again, Doc.
So we're talking about the 2024 election coverage right now. Trump is looking in a good spot right now. What's your thoughts going on into this? You two, Dr. Harley first, and then Straight A. We're going to try not to step on each other here.
Okay, my thoughts about it is still nervous. I mean, there's swing states with big electoral votes at stake. California being one, Pennsylvania being another, and Wisconsin being a third. Those are some huge electoral vote states that could swing the pendulum in the way of communism. And that's what I don't want.
What about you, Straight A?
Oh, man. I didn't even vote today. My day has been super hectic, and if I had to be honest, I don't really want to vote anyway. I'd rather fight about it.
It's your civic duty to go vote and voice your opinion.
I know, but my 7 kids,
democracy
keep me
only
super
works.
busy. So,
what do you think, Dr. Harley, BD's up in the chat room, about how crazy or neither side trusts the other and thinks the absolute worst about the other side? I say, well, that's the media for you. It's the media that actually divided us.
Yes.
You ain't wrong. You're not wrong at all.
I remember growing up in a time where you were asked if you voted, and if you said yes, that was the end of the story. If you said no, people want to know why you didn't vote. But it didn't matter what party you vote for. It really doesn't. I never vote straight party line. I vote who I feel is best for the job.
Same.
I'm not a blind party sheep. And if that's what you do, man, that's cool. That's up to you. But I do a lot of research into the candidates, whether it's at the local level, the state level, and federal level. And I vote who I feel is the best person for the job.
We're going to go around the table. Mike, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the truth is I agree with that, of course. Now, I haven't run into that equation yet where, let's say, I had a Democrat that I trust over a Republican. That's yet to happen. But I would, if the case was, hey, this person is better for the job, of course I would put aside the party for that. But, theoretically, I've only been voting since Trump's very first term, in 2015. That was my first time voting.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Hardwire?
I missed the question.
Basically how it seems like neither side trusts the other. And my argument is that's what divided us was the media.
Oh, yeah. The media is definitely, what does it go back to? Wasn't it Marxism or whatever? Seems like
yes.
The farther left the left goes, the more they push this Marxism agenda out on the people, and it's gotten really bad. The media is definitely,
in my opinion, the media is nothing but modern day terrorists with propaganda to push whoever's paying their bill to push that agenda. They don't report the news anymore.
And we
Also
got
known as the fourth
to congratulate China now, man. She voted for her first time for president today.
That's awesome too.
Right on.
Got a few of those during this election so far. That's amazing.
Now,
traditionally, people don't.
Going back to this question, a lot of people should have known, but coming into this election, I was actually for Robert Kennedy. See, I was a blue dog Democrat all my life until I voted even for Obama in the first one. But it seems like after Obama took over, the divisiveness in this country just went radical. And the move to the extreme left actually left a lot of us blue dog Democrats in a position where, hey, man, we're more Republican than Democrat now. I did have a lot of great respect for Joe Manchin. I really loved him. But the old Democratic Party is dead, if you ask me. Your thoughts on that, Dr. Harley?
It's dead. I mean, it used to be the Democrats were for the working class people, and they worked hard for the working class people. And just like any other politician, they've morphed into they work hard to line their own pockets. I mean, case in point, look at the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. She lined her pockets deep and wide while she was in office, and especially when she was as Speaker of the House. I mean,
and she's still doing it.
Yeah.
Nope. Nobody's ever voted for her, guys. You know that, right?
Well, same thing with AOC. Her first time she got elected, she got 2 votes. Her and her mom. Nobody else voted.
Real quick, I want to give a special thanks to Jess again for another 5 gifted memberships, and Brother Lee Lance with the Trump 2024 $2 sticker, man. I appreciate you.
Well, let's talk about that straight 8 where Harris didn't get a single vote. And I was watching some interviews out of Arizona today. A lot of Democrats are upset about that. They didn't have an open primary process. Now, here's a woman that dropped out of the 2020 race. I think she was the first one, was picked as a DEI, as I call it, replacement for a vice president. Now, all of a sudden, she's running for, presidential office. How does that make you feel? This woman never got 1 vote.
I mean, how I feel about it's a little different, but I'm just paying attention, right? It makes no sense. Obviously, she's being propped up by somebody because nobody's voting for her. Nobody's voting for Pelosi. Nobody's voting for any of the people that we really can't stand. And they still keep coming back. It doesn't make sense.
Well, they're kind of doing a two-faced ordeal because if the roles were reversed and Trump was that, for instance, no one voted for him. Oh my God. You know what I mean? Could you imagine what we'd be hearing? Oh my God. It'd be insane.
Well,
so it's double standard.
Now,
Absolutely.
here's a thought, if you don't mind. Can I interject a question to the panel?
Go ahead.
Mike Hollywood, with your permission?
Of course.
You're a panel. Go ahead and ask.
All right. Think about this. I mean, I dug deep into the Constitution. All right. Kamala Harris was appointed to run as a Democratic candidate. She was not elected through a primary. She was appointed. I dug deep into the Constitution. It's not drawn out anywhere in there that the person running for president has to win a primary.
That's interesting.
I think
was that always like that?
The next
Is it like
amendment.
a loophole?
Yeah,
Well,
I think that should be the next amendment to our Constitution, that in this case, a special primary should have been held.
Well, one thing about we have to remember, the Constitution is a document that was started in the 1700s, and actually people didn't even get the vote for president back then. It was the electors that did that.
That's right.
But in modern time, you would think, well, wait a second here. This is the way we've always done it. It does look, this is the party hardwire that was crying about, we got to save our democracy. What kind of democracy is that when you just install somebody like that to take over? And it was kind of funny today, and I'll let you answer that, Hardwire. Jill Biden went to the polls wearing red today.
What?
Elon Musk said it well today, and I'd never thought it that way. But when he was talking about the press and Democrats, he said he who smelt it dealt it. And I hadn't heard anybody say that in years. I said that's actually a good analogy for all this.
Where do you think they went wrong, the Democrats? Do you think that they went so far left that they really pissed this country off?
I think that's exactly what they've done. They at one point in time they tried to stay more centered, but as they try to pander and appease so much, they drifted so far left. They become afraid of the people that they've become pandering and appeased to, and all the money that it comes with. I mean,
what's up, Greg? Go ahead.
I'm really surprised that they say, try to say that Republicans are the ones that are bought whenever they have all Oprah Winfrey, one of the richest women on the planet, and all the richest people coming out endorsing them. And Elon Musk tried to. He was a Democrat until they attacked him.
Well, that's what I said. A lot of us were. I was a blue dog Democrat, man. I was hardcore Robert Kennedy.
Yeah, but the party left you. You didn't leave the party.
Right.
That's the whole thing. And also, real quick, I want to give a special shout out over there, Redneck Side Motorcycle Whips. I thank you. Big shout out to Lana, by the way. Appreciate you.
This one would be
they're not very far from me.
This one would be for Straight A Jacket from Steve for the homies who served. Do you think the military could get behind the left if they decided not to go along with the election?
I think there's a lot of people in the military who are on the left. I don't think that that's as much as you would think, but it's all the younger 23-year-olds who have been indoctrinated by universities and their schools. I think this isn't like a battle of ideology that's formed naturally. This is a battle of ideology that's been ingrained in our youth.
Yeah, it's been taught.
Yeah, this is a taught thing. I'm from 1990. I didn't learn any of this in school. But my kids, I think this started when Trump took presidency. My kids, I think my oldest daughter was in like 3rd or 4th grade. I don't talk politics at home, not with my kids anyway. And my daughter in a very conservative area started coming home telling me about how Trump was the worst people. And I would ask her why. And she goes, well, because he has all the money and he just won't share it. And I'm like, how do you get this? Right? Like and I was in Southwest Missouri, a very conservative area too. I mean, it's all over our entire school systems.
Yeah. With Virginia 38% in, Trump has now taken the lead in Virginia.
Wow, awesome. That's humongous.
Now, to answer your question, Hardwire, as a 25-year Army vet, you swear an oath to follow the orders of the officers appointed above you, to include the President of the United States. So let's say the presidency goes to Republican and the Democrats want to start something with the military has to follow the orders of the President of the United States. That's their first general order and the oath that they swore.
Is that a question?
No, I was getting back to you on your question about the military. Would they follow the Democrats? No, they would follow the orders of the President of the United States.
Well, that's what they're supposed to do, but a lot of people don't and I think you're talking about the Civil War deal.
No, that's a current oath that you swear at every enlistment and reenlistment.
Well, at the same point, it's the same oath that a lot of the military took in the Civil War Part 1, and you've seen half of the military break with the Confederacy. So do you think it's all about emotions, or what side of the aisle that you identify with, where the military would go out that way?
No, I think the military will be professional enough to follow the orders that they were given through the chain of command all the way up to the President of the United States.
I wonder if sometimes if they're not intentionally bringing all this DEI and all that into the military to try to push it to do their will. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, don't get it twisted. The military is all full of DEI.
In Georgia right now with 51% in, 55-44, Trump again over Harris. Fulton County has not came through for Harris. Their campaign is now, it's being reported on CNN that they're worried about North Carolina and Georgia right now. Philadelphia is not coming out for Harris. And Philadelphia just dropped half of their votes. If this is all, then Kamala's toast. Right now, she's got 90,000 to 295. 13. Trump is really getting out there, and they're saying that Trump has got 25% in Georgia of the black men vote. That is
Wow.
huge.
I have
That
a question for the panel.
Yeah, that's big. And real quick, got to give a special shout out. Jess, so with another fucking 5, man. Thank you so much. That's a lot. Thank you.
Mikey, I'm gonna put freaking soap in your mouth. YouTube's
Yeah,
already
sorry. I'm bad with it. Anyways,
Go ahead.
My question is, do you guys actually know anybody who wholeheartedly supports Biden or Kamala?
Mike, you first.
the truth is no.
Even being from California?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you do have, okay, yeah, you have the radicals, I would say, that are never gonna, but truthfully, in my like friend circle and stuff, I don't have anyone that's like solely convicted on her. Now, you ask plenty of people about Trump, they're convicted in him. A lot of them are. With Kamala, they really can't back up their claim. I think they're kind of scared to, because there really isn't much to qualify her.
Mm-hmm. Hardwire.
I got a couple of friends that are pretty diehard on the Trump hate train, I guess, more so than liking Biden or Kamala. But they're good people. I mean, real down to earth. Matter of fact, I'm in a club with a guy, and yeah, as long as I don't bring up politics, we can talk all day long, But as soon as I bring up politics, it gets bad. But I just know better.
Some people are like that, where they can't have just a discussion with politics. They get like super emotional about it.
They just regurgitate the same garbage
Talking
that the
points
media,
and stuff,
talking points that the media says, and there's nothing you can do or say that seems to shy them away from that belief. It's like it's completely brainwashed into them.
What do you think about that, Mike? That they'd rather burn down the house than the vote for somebody that's going to prevent war. Right now, we got some major ones happening around the world. It's been reported this morning by China Dow that through the AP that Ukrainians are now fighting North Korean troops.
Yes.
I'm going to go through that with all the panel. I'll let Dr. Harley and Straight A go after Mike, and then Hardwire.
Yeah. Again, kind of what we were talking about, the single issue voters, meanwhile, people are voting for Kamala Harris because they want bodily autonomy and stuff like that, to be able to, just to be nice, to get rid of their fetuses. Right. So, which is unreal. But let's just say that people are voting for that aspect. Well, we have, in my opinion, way bigger things to be dealing with, outside entities and all of this, but yet, okay, go ahead and ask any Kamala voter. I mean, is she going to be able to actually withstand these conflicts that we have around the world? I mean, there's no way that she is going to be able to do all of that. I think that she is kind of running off of 1 or 2, 3 maybe issues. And I really don't think she's actually qualified to be able to do this. The outside entities is the biggest threat to America, obviously. And meanwhile, we have people voting on if they can kill their own kids.
Very well said right there. Very well said. Dr. Harley.
Well, we got to look at the geopolitics of the whole thing about Ukrainians fighting North Korea. It wasn't too long ago, earlier this year, where Putin signed a treaty with North Korea, basically reinstituting the old Warsaw Pact, where like we have NATO, an attack on one is an attack on all. So,
well, Doc, can you explain, because these kids will not know what we know, our older one, what was the Warsaw Pact?
Warsaw Pact is basically like NATO. It was Russia's version of an alliance of countries that would support Russia, and Russia would support them and all the others. So Putin decided to sign a treaty with North Korea saying, hey, an attack on one is an attack on all. I will come to your need if you're attacked. You'll come to my need if I'm attacked. And they signed it. He says, well, I'm being attacked at the border. I need your troops. So now North Korea is on the hook to send their troops to fight Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Russian troops who are getting annihilated could sit back and let the North Koreans get annihilated.
The new conscripts.
Yep. It's a new Warsaw Pact, basically.
Mm-hmm. Now, people ask me, well, you don't want a woman to be as president. No, I don't want her to be the president because she, like you guys said,
she's not qualified.
She don't have the qualifications. Now, if you said Tulsi, I'd have been there in a heartbeat with Tulsi Gabbard because she actually, I'm hoping if Trump wins, he gives her Secretary of Defense because she actually served. But straight A, what's your thoughts on what everybody was talking about right there?
Man, I think Mike said it the best, as he always does. Yeah. It's man, this is just a big shit show.
It is. Yeah.
It's just a big shit show. She's not running on any policy. Isn't she running on some of Trump's policy as well?
Yes.
And then anything Trump says, she says. I don't know anybody who actually supports her. And then North Korea, they're stick figures right there. Honestly, they're stick figure people. They're so malnourished. It's just a big smoke and mirror show, to be honest.
No kidding.
The decision desk over at Fox News now gives Donald Trump a 70% chance of winning the election. Your thoughts, Hardwire?
Oh, I'm sure hoping so. I was just reading some news articles earlier today that said North Korea launched like 6 test ballistic missiles or something yesterday.
Wow. I didn't hear about that.
Tonight, the United States is supposed to launch one of their hypersonics and test it. Tensions are high.
It's like a show of force.
Yeah.
Okay.
But and I hate to say this about women. Oh, I'm worried about my right to an abortion. Wait a second, you won't worry about that if missiles are flying over your damn
No
house.
kidding.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the last thing you think about.
Well, I'm the first one. I've been telling everybody. I said, you know why the United States would be so screwed? Because some of these kids are so brainwashed that they would literally hold picket signs up going, you can't shoot me when they try to invade the country. They're that oblivious to think that, it's like my son, whenever I told him, you need to be paying attention to this kind of stuff because you never know if there's a war, you could go. And he goes, they can't make me go. I said, oh, geez, you're oblivious. Man. I said, they totally can make you go.
Real quick.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, Jess came in with another 5. That is now 25 by herself already. I can't.
She's not going to stop, bro.
No, dude. She does need to stop.
Now, straight A, you served as well, and you're the youngest one probably in here, and I want a completely honest answer from you. Completely,
I will give it to you.
Do you think that our military, our fighting age males, with what's going on with this DEI stuff, and you said a lot of it's in the military, would be able to go head to head with a Russian or a Chinese North Korean soldier?
Look, I got some active duty brothers that are watching me right now, and I'm gonna piss them off right now. Hell no. And they're telling me is they have a big discipline issue. I got a chance to interview, I think he was about 25-year-old sergeant under one of my best friends that are still in. And his perspective seems pretty scary. He's got his shit together, but he's basically what he's saying is nobody else does. They're more worried in the military about death. Okay, so we get death by PowerPoint in the Army. Anytime somebody does something, you got to take a 4-hour class on why you shouldn't kick your dog, and et cetera, et cetera. They don't do that anymore. They're talking about like this DEI stuff and like racism and being a furry, and it's okay to be trans, and they're more worried about that right now. I'm actually kind of terrified of that.
Yes.
Now, as you know, Russian, Chinese, North Korean soldiers, they're really hardcore, man. You know, I
Yeah.
said that if Putin really wanted that war in Ukraine over, he'd have it over. But just their fighting mentality compared to what our younger kids are today, I'd be scared to death of them facing off. Now, it would have been different like during the Cold War. We had some hardcore people up in there. But now with all this DEI stuff, Dr. Harley, what do you think?
I am a Cold War veteran. My drill sergeants were Vietnam veterans. So, I've seen the military transform from a very disciplined military to, fuck your feelings, excuse my language. This is the way it is, and this is the way it's going to be. And these are your orders too. Well, we really can't call the privates privates anymore because I feel this was a memorandum that came down from my commander. And I said, what bullshit is this? Because I feel it's derogatory because they're the rank of private.
What year was that, Doc?
2014.
Yep.
The same year,
right.
Thing.
the same year, I had to go through sensitivity training for transgender in the military as a leader, as a senior leader.
Thank
So
God I got out of here
all this
before.
stuff was really going on before a lot of us even knew about it, really.
Now, how does that affect everybody hardwire, say, from the Cold War era, where if you even, you can compare it to the Full Metal Jacket, where the drill instructors beat your ass. And nowadays, they can't even say bad words to them. How does that help them on the battlefield?
We'd be in a lot of trouble because if it was all our special forces are very well trained, but a lot of our lower level grunts are just cannon fodder, basically. They don't have all the foreign powers. They don't teach all that sympathy crap into them and feel sorry for everything. And I have a legit fear that if the United States don't have the stomach for it anymore.
Well, that's just like they were going after Trump hardwire about playing in. I don't know if you guys ever seen Patton's movie with George C. Scott. They were going after him because he was playing that at the rallies. That's the way our military used to think, shoot them in the belly, but now it's like, my God, what happened?
War is supposed to be savage. You know what I mean? What are we doing sensitivity training with our military for? They're supposed to be the most savage people. You know what I mean? Like, you want them to be weak like this?
Listen, I would make your stomach turn if I told you what my rules of engagement were in Iraq in 2009. You would sit there and say, you got to be kidding me.
Well, now you can't say that and not tell me.
And it's night and day in 2010 when I was there.
No, I'm curious.
Well, one thing, I'll let Dr. Harley hit that hardwire. I had Eddie Gallagher's brother on the show, and I'm a big supporter of Eddie, man. I'm huge. And they went after that man for killing our enemy. I don't care how it happened. They're our enemy. Who cares? That's what war is supposed to be about. But going after soldiers.
I watched a guy reload his AK-47 on the rooftop of a house in Iraq, shooting at my helicopter going a slow, low hover so he could get into an LZ. And I asked for permission to engage. I had to ask for permission. And it came down from the brigade commander not to engage because they didn't know who was in the house.
Unreal.
But that happens a lot. That happens a lot more than you think. And the weird part is on the left side, you got not left. I'm not using left or right in the traditional context, but on the left side in the military, you got the greatest funding you've ever had, arguably the greatest equipment, the greatest technology, the stuff that they're talking about they have access to right now, like kamikaze drone type stuff, is insane. But on the other side, you got sensitivity training.
How does
that make sense? You can't use it because you got to hug the trees.
Yep.
I actually told my door gunner and my helicopter, don't ever pull another machine gun at 240 Hotel. Don't pull another machine gun for the mission. Get broomsticks, paint them black, just as effective.
What do you think? Did we fail you guys? Did our generation fail you?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's almost going to be a hard blow to hear from, someone like my age talking about Gen X and boomers, right? But yeah, I do think that this was totally allowed, that we allowed all of this. And essentially, who is hurt at the end of the day? It's not our enemies. It's
the youth.
us that get hurt by this, our own protection, our own defense, everything. I find this is what happens when we teach the youth that they're allowed to have their truth. You know what I mean? Like, there is no your truth. It's all BS. There is only the truth.
Well, when you try to get rid of everybody that quote unquote bullies somebody, then how do you get a thick skin? You got to have a thick skin in life. You do. I was bullied pretty bad, but it really, to me, it changed me, and it made me realize that I have to be happy with myself too. Because when I was younger and got messed with a lot, I wasn't, and I learned a lot, and I really developed a thick skin from all of that, and it makes you push yourself and become a better person. And when you get rid of all that, you have nothing to help build character with kids anymore. And ever since we did away with all that and started babying kids and pushing them back,
everybody wins. Everybody gets a trophy.
Yeah.
I mean, when I grew up,
trophies and.
When I grew up, and let's say I got beat up by a bully, my old man says, "You better go back and beat his ass, or if you don't, I'm going to beat your ass."
Same. Turns this into a man.
Amendment 4 in Florida, which would have legalized abortion until the moment of birth, has failed. That is one of the deals out of Florida. Do you think we failed you guys, Straight Eight?
I'm gonna say I'm not gonna include you, right? I'm gonna say the boomers did kind of, not really. I'm not gonna blame it on you guys, but I will say you paved the way.
Remember, the boomers are a generation ahead. It wasn't the boomers, it was Generation X. We're Generation X.
Well, I feel like it started with the boomers, right? The boomers taught Generation X to kind of trust your government a little bit more than they probably should have. Before that, before World War II, we didn't even have taxes like that. And then afterwards, all taxation is theft. We're still paying. I feel like what happened was you guys thought the way you were supposed to think. And I'm not blaming you as the Gen X necessarily as much as the boomers, because you put too much faith in the government and let them get a little bit too far ahead. And by the time we figured out, it was too late to try to do anything about it. Now it's too out of hand. 9/11 already happened, and it's spiraled out of control since.
Well, Dr. Harley, after 9/11, we were so together as a country.
So united for about 4 months.
Was my analogy of as soon as Barack Obama came in, we started going hardcore divided?
We went back 50 years in unity.
Mm-hmm.
There was such a hatred towards the police, such a hatred towards every race on the planet that, hey, you're not my race, I hate you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before Barack Obama, now I was in Delaware with my helicopter with a whole bunch of infantry guys ready to go into DC, because that happens at every inauguration if something went down. And I remember Barack Obama, and it got cut out of television, when he said "time for change" was a campaign slogan. Those direct words out of his mouth. That was cut from television because it didn't fit the narrative. And you know what? Everything did change.
Just
everything went backwards.
Shenanigans going on in the media right now. They called New Jersey for Kamala, even though there's people still in line voting.
Yeah, there's people in line voting actively, and they're calling it already.
Well, they're saying the vote count for Kamala is 790,000, where Donald Trump is 656,000.
Well,
they know the trucks are on the way.
I have a quick question for Doc, real quick, if you guys don't mind.
Go ahead.
Doc, you said you got put on standby at the inaugurations. I'm assuming in your time you've done that a few times, correct?
Yeah.
Now, there's something that just happened recently within the last month, and that is somebody. I'm not necessarily 100% versed on the verbiage of it, but apparently the U.S. military got, for the first time in history, clearance to use deadly force on American citizens in the case of stuff like that. Was
And
that
that's
the case for you?
unconstitutional.
Right, but what was the rules of engagement for you, for lack of better words? Was that
Secure perimeter,
unheard of?
secure the president-elect, and that was it.
And what means of force were you allowed to do to get there?
Beanbags.
Did you have weapon? That's it.
Weapons with beanbags. Yep, American
Okay, so
citizens.
it's
It's
all non-lethal.
unconstitutional to have the U.S. Army attack U.S. citizens. It's
I just wanted to point that
unconstitutional.
out.
It's in the Constitution. It cannot happen.
So I guess we'll see what happens coming very soon.
The last time an army was raised against American citizens was the Civil War.
Amendment
Wow.
3 has failed in Florida. That was the legalizing marijuana deal. They called again Florida. Tennessee's just been called for Trump. Missouri, Oklahoma, and Alabama, Michael. Alabama.
That's right. That's right. I did my part
Missouri's for
today.
Trump? Missouri got for Trump?
Yes, Missouri got Trump.
Show
Yep.
me, baby. Show me.
Yeah,
And
your
right-
hometown there. Hmm.
And right now, people out in New Jersey are they're fuming pissed. They've been waiting in 4-hour plus lines, and the media called New Jersey, and they're still voting down there. So, man,
it is New Jersey, so
What? Yeah, this is rough. But real quick, I want to read these off really quick so I don't let them get too far behind. Just with another 5 to make that a 30 gifted subs, as well as Tiffany Lance coming in saying, "I know you will need more alcohol after this. I definitely will." Thank
I
you,
told
guys.
you she wasn't gonna stop.
No, she's cut off.
calling Virginia before Georgia is wild, considering Trump is leading in both. Yeah, they just called what's it called, Virginia for Harris, but it's not even. They're trying to come out to let all the shenanigans happen so the West gets discouraged, because the Western polls are still open. You think that's what's going on, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is like I said, I hope that we don't have BS happen, but look, it's already just popping off. There's always some sort of BS. It's unfortunate.
What do you think, Hardwire? You think they're trying to discourage people from voting out in the Western states right now by calling these?
Yeah, Fox News already said that they want people to stay in line and not listen to anything anybody's telling you, because they've already seen instances where people were coming along saying, "Oh, you might as well go home. It's already been called for Harris or whatever, so you don't need to vote," and this and that. People are trying that kind of crap.
And yeah, if you're in line, you got it. They have to let you vote.
I'd be
And they're-
pissed. I'd be losing it.
Why is it, Dr. Harley, that it's so hard other than, what, we know they're wanting to cheat. That's the only way they win, because they don't win on policy. But as simple as here's my ID and let's vote on paper. And a lot of these Democrats, like Harris, came out in the early days saying electronic voting machines, you can't trust them. Now all of a sudden they want to trust them.
Yeah, well, I can tell you here in Connecticut, believe it or not, one of the liberal northern states you could ever come to, it is a paper color the bubble in ballot, and you have to show a pictorial ID to prove citizenship to vote.
That's what I did today. I was
That's
actually
racist.
very surprised that I had, like, my parents were going, "Oh yeah, make sure you bring your ID." I go, "Why? You don't even need it." You know what I mean? Which is, I was just being a smartass. Of course I brought it. And luckily they actually were requiring it. I was like, "Oh, this is great. I love that."
Yeah, I don't understand why
And it
so
was
many places
paper
are throwing fits
Scantron.
about it. There's already a bunch of places doing it.
Well, they require it in certain places. Like if you go in LA, now
Right.
I'm not gonna say for sure because I'm not there right now. I don't want to get fact checked, but historically, you don't have to show that in LA.
Which is absurd. That's crazy.
Crazy.
What does that mean, that other countries, even places like Iraq, you have to have a damn ID to vote? What's that telling you about what they're always up to, the Democrats? And they push it off like people are stupid. And if I was an African American, I'd be pissed, because they're basically saying, well, they can't, they're not smart enough to get an ID.
Right, which is absurd. That's an absurd claim, and they should be upset with that. You know what we're not smart enough to figure out to get an ID. I think that's normal for everybody. You know what I mean? That's a normal thing. That's
Well,
not
you need it for
directed to
cigarettes, you need
anybody.
it for alcohol, but what's behind that? Hardwire that they don't want to go with it.
They're definitely trying to cheat, without a doubt. But I don't understand how it gets to the Supreme Court, and somehow they seem to always want to strike that kind of stuff down. It doesn't make sense to me because I believe it's the 14th Amendment that says right in there that you have to be a citizen to vote. So why would they ever want to try to strike down something that makes that enforceable, provable, where you have to prove it? It doesn't make sense.
Because your illegal aliens will vote for the Democrats because they got everything for free.
All 30 million of them that just got here.
New York Times just gives Trump a 53% chance at winning Pennsylvania. According
Wow.
to a lot of exit polls, Black and Latino men have swung big to Trump.
I'm honestly surprised Harris is doing this good in any state she's in.
Yeah,
Being
that's
in
why
the
do you-
basement.
why
the
do you
entire
say
time.
that?
honestly amazes me too.
Why do you say that, Straight A?
I mean, because you just don't see any support for her. I talk to a lot of people. I have a lot of Democratic friends. Nobody supports Kamala Harris. They just hate Trump so much they're willing to vote for her.
Yes.
And I can't honestly lie. I did the same thing the first time in the 2016 election. I didn't know anything about Trump, but I hated Clinton. I hate her. Absolutely hate her. And what she did in Benghazi is exactly why I said no, absolutely not. And I'm glad I voted for Trump. But as I dealt with Trump being an American, I started liking him. And yeah, I don't know anybody who supports Harris. I know a couple of people who are going to vote for her for sure, but only because they hate Trump that much. And they keep saying, well, you shouldn't be mad about Harris's policy. She's running on Trump's policy. Then I'm like, well, then why are you so mad at Trump?
Well, that makes no sense at all. I get that. My
Yeah.
God.
How can you say somebody's competent to be president when all they want to do is copy somebody else's
Exactly.
policy?
Oh.
They can't come up with nothing of their own.
You hate Trump
here's
so
food
much,
for-
you're just willing to do anything.
Here's food for thought. Her approval rating as vice president was the lowest in all of history as vice president. The
What
lowest.
was the numbers?
It was like a 23% approval
That's
rating.
insane.
And here she is running for president, and people
Well-
are voting for her.
Not only is she running, she got Maine. She got 40%. What is that? That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
How good they are at brainwashing people with a lot of this propaganda, because some people just buy into it wholeheartedly and don't even try to look at further into it to see what actually is going on. They just
They just
believe.
bitch on Facebook about it. I've been seeing it all
Mhm.
day. I need to go. Like, she's gonna be mad because I said it, but I saw this one today. It really pissed me off. It said, "I'm gonna go get a bite to eat now before all the restaurants are white only tomorrow." They're just running
What?
on race. Yeah, they're just running on race.
That is,
bro.
see, that's identity politics every single
had
time,
to
and
say
based off of
something.
emotion. Yeah.
Yep.
I just can't believe how ignorant some people could be to believe any of that. How could you believe any of that?
Not only believe it, you spreading it all over the place, pretending it's like real. Like 1948's coming back tomorrow.
CNN exit poll: Georgia independents are breaking by 11 points. 54% Trump, 43% for Harris. That is a 20-point swing towards Trump among independent voters from 4 years ago. We're starting to see a massive shift. What do you guys think this is all due in part to?
Well,
The last couple of weeks.
well, not just that. I mean, a lot of the shift comes from people in my situation. In the past 4 years, in my retirement, my 401k, I lost $300,000
Whoo!
Yeah, that's insane. That's
Damn.
absurd.
in the past 4 years.
Wow.
The 4 years prior, I made $150,000
I believe
on
it.
top of my investment.
Well, I just
didn't have a
raised-
big 401k,
raised a
but
bunch
it
of
was going
kids.
up under Trump.
So
I raised a
I
whole
think
bunch of
that's why a
kids
lot
under
of people are swinging that way because they want the retirement funds back.
Mhm. Wow.
That's a
I
lot
mean,
of money,
I still
man.
How
think
would
the
you
whole-
like? How would you like to sit there and open up your portfolio and sit there and say, I just lost $300,000.
No, that would make anybody sick
I'd be
to their
going
stomach.
postal.
Absolutely.
I feel
They
like
don't
that when I
find a
pay
way to
rent.
fix Social
That's enough to
Security
pay off
before
my
it rains.
house.
Yeah, no, I feel sick for you.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that.
That's insane. What do you think,
Absolutely.
Hardwire? Why the boat's starting to go to the right now?
I think people like Elon Musk helped a lot get the word out when they seen him shifter. Like, here, this was a really smart guy. He's doing a lot of great things for the country. What's he have to say? And all he said was the smart thing for a smart, intelligent, rich guy. Say, just look at the truth.
Mhm.
Watch the unedited videos, and that's what he keeps saying. And you'd be amazed how many YouTubers I've seen say, "Hey, I hated Trump. I was right there hating him too." Until some of these guys come out, and I did. I did a little research. I started watching these videos and found out just how scammy all this stuff was, and how all these hoaxes, one after the other, and just downright lies were coming from the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Agreed.
add to that, all of my friends and family who switched from being blue to red all said the same thing. The simple straw that broke the camel's back was, I just started paying attention and it just doesn't feel right.
Well, here's also a big thing to consider. Trump was smart and understands the media. And so what he did is exactly that. He went and talked live everywhere, and everything was recorded live.
Yeah,
it was
live
not
gig.
edited, no sit down interviews that were chopped up a million times, because the American people are not stupid to that extent. We read right through that, especially when we have the capability to do everything live. I think that was a huge thing, because when you're live, you really get to figure out somebody. You can figure out kind of full context of who they are, personality, everything. And it's really, really hard to tell with like someone like Kamala Harris doing sit down interviews where it's cut up 16,000 times. And you don't know how her real responses are to these questions. You don't know that the right, what she's doing. They edit out all that word salad shit. You know what I mean? Because she's terrible public speaker. And I really think that was the big doer for Trump on this.
That's why you've seen her repeat a lot of the same things over and over
Yes,
and over
it's the
and over again.
same talking every
She's
single time.
memorizing lines, and Trump gets up there, and he that's what kind of gets him in trouble sometimes. But you can tell the authenticity of what he's saying by that. He does a lot of improvisational stuff, and it does get him in trouble sometimes. But it gives them a chance to snip up a lot of the things that he says and use it against him. But at the same time, it gives the right a lot of things to say, like, look at this, how they're scamming us.
Right now, the electoral college is 178 for Trump, 113 for Harris. Of course, 270 is needed right now. And it looks like Fulton County is not coming out for Harris as strong as they needed. And it's razor edge right now in Virginia. It's kind of like that was the battleground state. What do you guys think about going around the table? How has the influencers really taken on the responsibility that the mainstream media that was supposed to have? We've seen Trump and Harris go on multiple podcasts this year. And I always say, us podcasters, we have the actual people on ours. We don't have like the mainstream media does. With all
That's
the
damn
numbers.
straight. Damn straight. And I think that I can speak on that.
How do you think that's affected everybody, Mike?
It's humongous. I'm glad that people like us do exist. Obviously, we are the people that seek the truth. What the mainstream media was originally intended for was to keep our people in elected office, if anybody in power. It kept them. It was a G check, you know what I mean, for the American people. And once they realized that, of course, then they just bought out the media. So when you're bought out, no one's going to trust it. If you look up the trust numbers of the mainstream media, it's something like I can't remember the exact number, but it's like 16% trust in the mainstream, which is absurd. You asked people, just ask boomers or Gen X back then in their time if they trusted the media, and there was a humongous difference. So obviously you lie to us enough times and we're figuring this out, and we have such as social media, YouTube, and all this stuff where we're not bought out. It's a humongous drive because people go, you know what? These guys are probably bullshitting. So let's go ahead and check out some podcasts or people that know these topics and hear what they've got to say. And these are also people that are willing and finding the truth as well. It's not just me and you, Hollywood. It's everybody here. It's amazing.
What do you going around the table? What do you think, Hardwire, than Dr. Harley and Straight Eight?
I think social media and YouTube and all that's has been a big influence. I don't think it's gotten out quite as much as I'd like to see it get out. I mean, honestly, I just kind of started into this whole thing and figured out a little bit of it and started doing this whole live YouTube stuff only like 6 months ago, and I really didn't think much of it before that. And a lot of the younger generation knows about this stuff, but a lot of the older generation hasn't really caught on to it as much as it's not as widespread as I'd like to see it. And I think some of that shows, because I think if more people would watch more and understand that these shows are here, they wouldn't, this kind of thing wouldn't be going on. I think it would be a lot easier, for the Republicans at least, or that narrative, a little bit more honesty. You'd force more honesty in the media, because people would see all the shenanigans that are going on.
Before we get to Dr. Harley on that question, the decision headquarters, that's Fox News, just said Trump has a 72% chance of winning. If you're out west, man, keep that voting. Don't let that keep voting, man. Keep voting.
Yeah, California hasn't been counted yet, right?
Not yet.
Yeah. You can automatically give that to her. So, I forget how many electoral votes are in California, but you can guarantee she's going to get that. And you can kind of predict the rest, you can kind of predict some of these states. And I mean, look at Wisconsin right now. Wisconsin's not closed yet. And obviously he's going to win that as well.
30 minutes ago, 73% chance of winning North Carolina, Mike.
Wow. That's fantastic. That's fantastic news. Yeah, these are big states that we need flipped, and especially like Pennsylvania. Like Trump needs Pennsylvania. He needs it.
And so far, they're giving him a chance at that. What's funny is, Dr. Harley, how they're starting to come out quick with the votes now.
Yeah, it's
like this.
But I'm still expecting not to know who won the election for another, 24 to 48 hours, to be honest with you.
Right. Which is sad.
Going back to the original question about the influencers covering the election and all that. And I could tell you, Insane Throttle, Insane Wheels did a phenomenal job. I was glued to, when I could, to Mike Ball every morning. Shout out to Mike Ball, did a phenomenal job covering it. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
And I watched that more than I did any of the news channels, because it was uncensored. And all the other YouTubers out there are uncensored, nor are they paid to try and sway you one way or another. So I think social media influencers will be key in the next election. You'll see a lot more people doing it, and possibly some of them getting paid by the parties to cover.
Which we saw a little bit of that, right?
Yeah, one of the things that was coming out with podcasters, Dr. Harley, they were coming out and trying to pay podcasters to come on their show or to endorse them and all that kind of stuff. And right now, Straight Eight, since a lot of you guys are just getting into this, I've been in it forever. The most important thing is to stay honest with your audience. Don't try to skew it one way or another, or you won't get that trust built up with your audience. But now these powers to be see that mainstream media and cable news is a thing of the past, and they're going to come to the people. I was just looking at some of the stuff on X, because again, X is the real place to go for free speech, that and Rumble, where a couple people were saying, yeah, Joe Rogan, he gave the endorsement. I voted for, because they trust him and his opinion, if you know what I mean.
He's got a lot of good views on things. He really tries to look at everything with an open mind. I watch a lot of his shows. He has a lot of, like, I hate to say it, but like nerds on there, like quantum physics and different things, and those are the ones I like. But he keeps a real open mind. Talks about a lot of different things from different angles, and I really like that about his show. I don't know if I'd 100% take his word for everything, but I don't do that for anybody.
Breaking
Well,
right
Joe,
news out of the Daily Wire: Texas have just went Trump.
Nice.
Of
Okay,
course.
good.
I was
Oh,
kind of
well,
worried. I'm not gonna lie.
actually, I was a little worried. I'm not gonna lie
Uh,
because they're kind of become the next California. You know. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, you're
and
not lying.
he's less than 100 electoral votes away from winning.
That's right.
Let's see here. Trump now has a 60% chance of winning. This is coming from election 2024 updates in New Hampshire. Hillsborough, there was a 7% Trump swing. Claremont, 12% Trump swing. And
Wow.
Marlboro, a 7% Trump swing. We're going to be watching that one come out. And Harris's main hope, they say, is to keep swings down in Manchester, Concord, and Nassau. So we'll see how that goes.
Which ones are the ones that are not going according to plan?
Right now, New
Connecticut.
Hampshire. Some of the media is called New Jersey, even though they're still in line, and Virginia. It doesn't look like Virginia has been called yet.
Neither's North Carolina.
North Carolina and Georgia hasn't been called yet, even though a lot of the New York Times are starting to come out leaning those to Trump right now.
Yeah. Also, Wisconsin's Trump's leading Wisconsin right now.
If Trump wins, how long do you think it is before? I'm sure Harris won't concede, but how long do you think it is?
No, they're going to go out and do that.
Start?
Well, every vote should matter.
Yeah,
exactly.
Do you think they will even certify him to be president, or you think there'll be shenanigans like they accused the Republicans of doing on January 6th?
Isn't that what they always do?
Yeah.
I think by 10 o'clock we should know the direction that it's going to be going in.
Yeah.
Ohio was just called for Donald Trump.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a
Ohio.
swing state.
That's a big one right there. Let's go.
Ohio used to be a swing state, but we're leaning pretty hard Republican the last few years.
I think that's everywhere, man.
Electoral votes right there.
We got Glare joining us, man. What's up, Glare?
Brother Glare.
Hey,
You're
what's
muted.
happening, brother?
You're muted, Glare.
How y'all?
How you doing, man?
What's up, big dog?
Good. Can you hear me all right?
Now we
Oh
can.
yeah, hearing you perfect. What's your thoughts going on, man? Now that you're joining the round table.
Man, well, hey, pleasure to be here with all of y'all. It's a good time. Good to meet you, Hollywood. You too, Doc. A couple of you other gentlemen I know. But yeah, this is crazy at how I was watching some of the governor stuff on the Live Now, and some of the states, I would have thought that North Carolina wouldn't have had a Democrat governor come in. But I guess they're just not ready for that Democrat yet.
Big news real quick, and I'll let you go, Glare, on with what you were saying. Big news. NBC's exit poll now has Trump winning 18 to 29-year-olds in Michigan by 5%.
Wow. Interesting. I wonder how they come up with these numbers like that. It's so interesting.
In an exit poll in Wisconsin, Trump doubles black support. He's pulling about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Harris. 4 years ago, Trump only won the black vote by 8%.
Wow.
Thoughts, Glare. Let's go to Glare, then Straight Jacket, Dollar Harley. Let's go around the round table on that.
I think a lot of it has to do with the black voters are starting to wake up that they're being pandered to, and a lot of the things that they're being promised aren't being delivered. And because of that, they're starting to realize that other people are more than willing to do things for them and actually deliver on those promises. And regardless of what the media says about Trump and the black vote, he did more for black colleges in his first term of presidency than even Barack Obama did.
Mhm.
So right there,
Oh, we lost him.
Go ahead, straight A.
Yeah, man, that's what I was gonna say. I think people are starting to wake up. People are starting to pay attention. I know that a lot of my, I have a black aunt specifically, and she's just recently switched over to the dark side. And one of the things that she kind of was talking about is how they're starting to see a lot more similarities than that between the average black man and Donald Trump himself. And the way he's getting treated, the way that we've seen this for a while now. And I've heard a lot of people say like, nah, he's just like the Mexicans. I'm married to a Mexican family, and a lot of the Mexicans are also the same way. You pissed off the Mexicans, bro, the people who don't complain about anything. But specifically the black Americans are starting to see that they're being pandered to a little bit.
Mhm.
And before then, I don't think they were necessarily involved as much. A lot of people, especially from the urban area, feel like their vote don't count, so they don't really get in the mix anyway.
You're right.
We got to say hi to China now, who's working hard. First time voting for the president's race. Way to go, China. She was so excited when she voted. Glare, go ahead and continue your thoughts, and I'll go on to Dr. Harley, then Hardwire and Mike.
thanks for that. Hey, so yeah, I was just saying that Trump did more for the black colleges than Obama did, and so I think people have really realized that a lot of what the media is making up about him being a racist and all that is just lies and manipulation. And I believe that a lot of the black voters have realized that after seeing the last 4 years, and that nothing came about what was promised to them. So
Well, that's true, isn't it, Dr. Harley? That especially, and that's one thing I never understood. And me and Mike were talking about this behind the scenes in the green room. Why I couldn't understand why African Americans still vote for him, when it's every 4 and 2 years is the only times they're cared about. When Donald Trump came up with one of the biggest things that were done, even Obama didn't do it, was the criminal justice reform. And if you look at it, Trump was right when he said that I've been indicted more than Al Capone has, been shot at twice, impeached twice. Why can't people see what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it really, the behavior of the Democratic Party towards Donald Trump over the past 4 years, in my opinion, spoke in volume to the African American voters and Hispanic voters, saying, hey, he's getting prosecuted worse than anybody that we know. They're going after him more than anybody we know. And it's just not right, because you know what? Trump won almost all the cases. He did. He almost won every case he was being convicted of. And he was acquitted on most of all of them. There was a few of them he got convicted on, and and they were under appeal, and he won the appeals. And people still see Trump as a convicted felon running for president. Well, he's not.
Well, that's the difference of civil court and criminal court, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you're going to be a billionaire, you're going to get sued up the ass anyways. That's what
Well,
people do.
us as bikers, it's very interesting to see what's happened to him, because we know if you were ever in a club or anything like that, that's how the cops go at you. That's how the people look at you. And now the African Americans are seeing that as well, and Hispanic males. What do you think about that, Hardwire? You think he's starting to get it to where everybody relates to what he's going through compared to what we had to go through?
Absolutely, yeah. He's starting to get between a lot of the things he's saying and a lot of things that's going on to him. They're starting to see that there's, other than wanting to cheat, there's no other way to explain why they're doing a lot of things they're doing. I think even in that case that he was found guilty of being a felon on something that the statute of limitations had run out on, that was normally a misdemeanor. They could see how ridiculous that was. I think that actually did Trump did him a favor, because then they could see how they was getting them on something dumb, and I think
Which
the black.
I believe they're gonna hardwire. I think they're gonna overturn that on appeals. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, I think so too, because they had no clear, you know, counts of what exactly they were convicting him of. I mean that, and there was multiple reasons why that should have never happened. But they figured they would literally just do it to be able to call him a felon for the election's sake. I mean, it's terrible that kind of thing happens. And
But
I
it
think
does.
the Mexican and the Spanish, blacks, Muslims, all of them are starting to say, "Hey, Democrats need to stop expecting our vote and start working for it," because that's one of the biggest things is I've seen African Americans come out in droves and saying, "Hey, we're not a guarantee. Stop thinking we're a guaranteed vote. You want our vote, you're going to work for it."
Mike, your thoughts?
Yeah. If it comes down to race, there's always going to be cultural differences, and this is what does make it hard, and it's something that has to be everyone has to be okay with. And I think that people expect everyone to be the exact same, no matter what race or culture you're from, which is not true. You know what I mean? So people's ideologies are going to be different. Now, there are things that Trump has done, for instance, to win these black votes, for instance, and I think it was a smart thing to do. You know what I mean? And same thing with Kamala. She kind of talked herself out of those votes. I fully believe. I think she did it to herself, and hence where the vote's going to go to. So yeah.
What let's start with Mike again and go around the round table. What does everybody think about the dream team that Donald Trump has put together as far as Elon Musk? Ron Paul was even thrown in there, Tulsi Gabbard, Robert Kennedy, Vivek Ramaswamy, JD
Yep.
Vance. What do you guys
I think
think about
you're getting really good.
Basically, the Democrats got Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. We got
Right.
the best.
Yeah, no, it's true. We got the dream team, and Trump knows that he can't completely do this by himself. He knows that. He's smart like that and not necessarily egotistical in that aspect. The way you win this is by having the support and the people backing you. And he knows if you bring in the smartest of the smart to the table on this will ultimately better the American people. And how could it not? We have the most genius people on this team. That's what you would want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his first time around, he didn't know that many, people in Washington. But this time around, he's after his experience the first time around, he's really assembled a really great team. He's got Elon Musk to go in and trim the fat. Now, he did that at X. He who better for that job? I mean, if you could tell me somebody better for that job, I wouldn't believe it. He's perfect for it. Then you got Kennedy with the Food and Drug Administration and stuff. Absolutely fantastic for the job. He's one of the most well-read people on that kind of thing. And then Tulsi Gabbard, she's fantastic too. A veteran, a really intelligent lady. If anybody could have won as a president, it would have been her. He is really bringing in all the best.
Before I go to Dr. Harley on that question, news coming out, NBC exit poll, Latino men have now went through Trump by 10 points. 54 to 44, Latino men back Biden over Trump by a 23-point margin, and they got him up 10. Your thoughts, Dr. Harley?
Well, I think Trump said it the best. I watched his interviews today. This morning, and he said, "We've had the best, brain fart right now, the best campaign going. That if you were to outline a perfect campaign, it would have been Trump's campaign all year and the people that he surrounded himself with."
Yep.
Now, I hope if he wins, he continues this momentum, because if he does, he'll do great things for this country and for the people of this country. You know, he did great things prior. I just hope he stays off social media and listens to his advisors.
Right.
But he built such a dream team and people who are influential to back him. And I mean, how could you go wrong with that? I mean, really?
He's really steering the ship in a really good direction.
Yes.
And I'd like to see it continue that way. And I really fear if he were to lose the direction the country's going to go in. I mean, he's actually starting to try to right the ship. I don't know for sure how much he'll get done, but he's steering it in the right direction, at least, for the future.
Your thoughts, Straight A, and Glare after that. Go ahead.
I just saw a comment that just popped up. It just said that Trump's going to win this election. It's not too big of a deal, but I'm worried about the next one. And I agree with that one. I think Trump learned a lot from his last 4 years that he was in office, and that's where I feel like he is doing a lot better this time. He's way more professional than I've ever seen him be. He's not coming with the comebacks as fast. What he is saying, we still love it. We love hearing that because we love hearing people stand up. But yeah, I think he's doing great, and I am kind of worried about that next election, though. I did get lost on that original question, though.
Big news. The Decision Desk, according to a lot on Twitter, just called the North Carolina for Trump.
Nice.
Go ahead, Blair.
I seen Ted Cruz won. That was a good thing, and they wasn't sure he was going to win.
Yeah, if I'm missing anything, guys, make sure you throw it out there because I'm watching this, doing that.
Yeah, you're doing like 16 different things. Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
So, I'm really glad that he did bring in Bobby Kennedy, man, and I really wanted to vote for Bobby Kennedy for president because Hollywood, I agree with you on him. The going after big pharma, going after the FDA, and getting America to be healthy and get our future generations to be in a better position health wise it's paramount because that's our future generation. That's our future country. I'm glad that he brought Elon in because like Hardwire said, he can slash the stuff. Now, my only concern is that they're going to hit so much bureaucracy and get into all of that mucky swamp water, as Trump likes to say, and end up getting bogged down and not get enough done for the 4 years that he has. With the next election, as long as JD Vance can really shine as a VP and get some stuff put forward and do a good job and prove that he's worthy of the job, maybe we'll go from one president and roll right into another, which would be amazing. That's all we can do is hope for that. But I am glad to see that Trump is bringing some outsiders in because I think that's ultimately what Washington needs. I'm a huge constitutionalist, and I believe that our government has gotten way too big for its pants.
And all the people that he brought in can't be bought and paid for. That's the key secret ingredient.
Well, JD Vance is definitely got to make sure for the next few years he does the opposite of what Kamala Harris did and be out there and be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I actually like the way JD Vance talks a lot better.
What do you think, guys, Mike first, about the 20, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves. The election's still going out, but a 2028 ticket with maybe JD Vance with Tulsi Gabbard or Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah, Swaminami, however you say it. That's absolutely. I gotta agree with that. And also the one thing that is interesting to think about is, I had the same comment that you pointed out, Straight Jacket. Not worried about necessarily this election because they know that pretty much Trump has got it on this. Well, I'm not just saying, but they're worried about the next election. Well, here's the thing. This election right here is a pinnacle point in our country. You know what I mean? And I would rather this one win this one than the next, essentially. Just wanted to point that out, as well as Jess coming in with another 5 for 35 total. Dude, what is going on with this woman? Thank you so much.
It's going to get to a point where there's just a surplus of memberships that people haven't got yet.
Dude, that might be the problem, actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's gifted out so many that everyone's got one. You know?
Don't have enough viewers to fill all them seats.
I do worry a little bit about next election. Hopefully, with all these super champs in there, that they don't get into too big of a rumble with each other the next year around, end up imploding the whole thing.
True.
Right. Now, right now, the projection on Polymarket, that's the betting site, is 74% Trump, 26% Kamala. But go ahead, Hardwire, and then we'll go to Dr. Harley and everybody else in line about that. What do you guys think about 2028, and who would you like to see?
Yeah, I kind of would like to see maybe JD Vance and Tulsi Gabbard as a VP. That's kind of leading into the next election after that. But JD Vance, he hasn't proved everything to me. He does talk a lot better. But like I say, he's going to have to get out there and he's going to have to be seen. He's going to have to do the opposite of hiding like vice presidents typically do, and get out there and make a difference and do some things and be seen. What was they talking about doing with Vivek Ramaswamy this time around, like Secretary of Commerce or something?
You know what? The bake, man, that would be something else, man, to get. I know that for everybody that came out with, for Trump, he better pay him in a good damn way, if you ask me.
He's a smart guy. I don't think he got as much credit as he deserved.
No, he's awesome, the bake, man. Dr. Harley, your thoughts?
Vance, I think like Hardwire said, if Vance could go out there and prove himself and not be in the shadows and actually get out there and do things and make a difference, I think he'd be a good presidential candidate for 2028. However, I'm thinking Kennedy might be also a good candidate for his vice president pick. I mean, that would be something special.
I don't know if it was up to me. I'm sorry, man, but I'm a Bobby fan. I'm a huge Bobby Kennedy fan. I think he has the legacy, the smarts, but I think he'd be too old. I don't know how old he is right now. Glare, do you know how old he is?
I think he's in his later 60s, but I could don't quote me on that because I could be wrong. But for some reason, that's kind of what I think I remember hearing a while back.
He's 70 to this day. 70.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, he still has one into him, I guess.
Well, he's the only president.
Well, and here's another point, though. Maybe instead he is, stays in a secretary cabinet position, and maybe that's his best service to the country, to where he can stay in charge of the USDA, the FDA, and keep on big pharma. And maybe that's his true calling, is to just basically what he did in the private, but just continue that on into the government side of things. And maybe that's his best service to our country.
Well, just like in a club, not everyone needs to be a president, and
exactly.
They're not best suit for, not everybody's best suit for that job. There are lots more though to the club aspect, right? Just like government, there's way more than just the presidency. You can utilize these skill sets that he has focused his entire life on. Why not? That sounds like the best position for him.
Well, on this kind of subject, I would have to ask, and I'll let Glare go, then you guys can answer this, especially for Straight Jacket and Mike. Do we need younger leadership instead of all these, old ass people in there?
Yep.
I believe we do need younger leadership. And, that's the reason why I do think that Vivek and possibly JD Vance, because they are going to be younger. You look, Bill Clinton was the youngest president. And whether you like him or not, there was some things that he did really well, and then there were some things that he didn't do so well. But he did have some good points, and I think younger leadership is needed to steer our country and to show younger generations that, look, you can aspire to this, and you don't have to get till you're 60, 70, 80 before you get to this point. You can do it at 40, 50 even, and still do your service to the country, and then retire and live out your golden years sitting on your front porch. I do believe 100% we need to start getting younger leadership in, and not just for president, but also for representatives and senators.
I agree.
They have
Everybody's
just
old.
called the decision desk New Hampshire for Kamala Harris, but it's very tight, so that's a bad sign for her. Go ahead, straight A jacket, Mike, and then we'll get the hardwire and Dr. Harley's thought.
I think you're hitting the nail right on the head, Hollywood. I think we need a little bit younger. I'm not gonna say like everybody needs to be 35, because you definitely wouldn't. You don't want my ass up there, but I will say it's a little too early to call. We got to see what happens in the next 4 years. Let's say he does get it and he puts everybody in office. As 7 kids, as a man, a father of 7 kids, the kids' health is my utmost important thing. I love watching Bobby Kennedy. I love watching him do that. I love everything he says, but I don't think he's necessarily quite there yet. But if he sticks around and he gets to see how these things work, like in person, I think it could be a great idea. And you give him 4 years in the White House working for Trump, he's going to learn how to do Trump's job.
What about Mike? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah. When it comes down to the age, aspect of our government, yeah, I do believe that, you do need mature heads in the game. You know what I mean? Of course, you need that. You can't necessarily have a firecracker, that kind of has control of, bigger things going on, right? We have a lot of things at stake here. And so I'm not necessarily for the super young guys, to be truthful, because I think everybody, as you grow older, you get a little bit more of experience and understanding of what's going on. Now, some do outgrow others and quicker. And so there is, outliers in these situations, but is it generally a huge outlier? I don't know. When it comes to the young, I do believe that we do need to have younger people around, not necessarily 70, 80, years old, and doing this for 40 freaking years. That, the truth is I believe that we should have term limits. You know what I mean? I'd be way stricter than what our boomers are doing right now. I'd be stricter than them. You know what I mean? I'd be kind of going the opposite route of what a young guy would typically do, right? But yeah, it's definitely very interesting. It's a very interesting topic about the youth or getting people involved. Hence why, to be able to run for president, you have to be 35 and up.
Your thoughts, Hardwire?
Yeah, I definitely think we need to go back to the Rhodes Scholar, younger, really hype, super intelligent, youth to help run the country, but not so much the lifelong politicians. I think that's just the absolute worst thing. I just looked up Tulsi Gabbard. She's only 43, so she's young. I think JD Vance and Tulsi Gabbard the next time around, and after that, Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek would be great.
How old is JD Vance again? I forget what his age is.
He seems young.
Yeah, isn't he like low 40s?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I thought he was.
I believe he's like 44 or 45.
Oh, okay, mid 40s. Cool.
Ohio family, man.
Tulsi Gabbard, she looks a little. Politics has been hard on her for 43.
Yeah, no kidding. Just look at our presidents after 4 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They look like they aged like by 50 years.
Yeah.
John F. Kennedy was young, man, and he was one of the best. He handled the Cuban Missile Crisis until the government took him out. Dr. Harley, what's your thought?
I think youth is a good thing to have in office. I'm with Mike. Term limits for the House and for Senate. I think that's something. Get rid of these career politicians because they're corrupt. All of them, every single one of them, are corrupt. And it'd be amazing to get new blood in there and go back to the way it was designed, where if you had that job, you went and it was a part-time job. You went to, DC when you were called to work, you got paid a per diem. And then when your job was done, you went back to your job, whether you were a farmer or a lawyer or a doctor or whatever. That wasn't meant to be a full-time position nor a career.
No,
And-
well, you all seen that thing, Dr. Harley, with I really love that series on HBO. John Adams, after he got out of office, he was in a horse carriage with everybody else.
Yep.
Yeah,
And that's what we need to
over
get back to
Pennsylvania.
is get rid of these career politicians. Politics is taught as a major in colleges, so you could step out and be a career politician right out of college. No, it's whatever happened to for the people, by the people.
Damn straight. Mhm.
Well, let's talk about that, Glare. Our founders were very rich men, had a lot to lose.
Yeah, skin in the game.
They put it all on the line for this country. And now we're seeing it happening now with Elon Musk. What did Elon Musk bring to this conversation and being with the Trump team?
I think he brings definitely the private citizen who made his name in private life versus government life, just like kind of how Trump did. And that's probably why Trump had the following that he did his first go around, because he was the outsider. He didn't need to get into politics. He did it because that was what he thought he needed to do for the betterment of our country. And I believe that we need more people like that have made their money, like Dr. Harley was saying. They already had a business, they already had a life going on. They got into politics because it was for the betterment of the country. It was for their community, to better their community. It wasn't just because they wanted to be a career politician and sit there for 40 some odd years and doing insider trading. So getting these people from the outside to come in, put the skin in the game, it takes us back to that original constitutionality of what this country was founded on, and the ideology that, look, you do this for the betterment of the whole, and then you go back to your private life when you're done. And, I've said for years that we need term limits. Unfortunately, until we get that, it's probably going to be a challenge to get more of the private citizens that have made that money that want to come in and do it, because they're looking like, well, what am I going to get done in 4 years? What am I going to get done in 6 years? I'm not going to get much done. So it almost it disincentivizes them for not being able to get anything accomplished like they're normally used to getting accomplished in their private life, because they are super successful people, and they see it as a detriment to themselves, to their personality, their ego, all of it, because they're not going to be able to achieve things that they think they should achieve for doing the job, to better the country.
Well,
just to interject real quick, real quick, we still got money flying around in this bitch. Sorry, I gotta say it. 40 over there to Jess. Thank you, Jess.
Damn.
Unreal.
I was gonna say we must be doing a good job, but it must just be Mike.
Yeah.
What do you think, Mike? What has Elon injected into this team?
Well, here's the interesting thing that I look at. Okay. The truth is like the whole Mars exploration and all this stuff. Yeah, it's cool and stuff like that. But right now we have priorities, right? So what I am interested in with Elon Musk is actually his rockets and all the technology he brings behind it for our defense. You know what I mean? There's a lot that he can offer the military at this point, and for our own safety. And I look at that immensely. I think that is probably the best thing about him.
That's true. I agree.
What do you think, Hardwire? What's he bring?
Elon?
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely brings the ultra intelligent smarts to the table, but enough of the youth to the table because they know what he's accomplished and what he's done, and so many youth look up to him as a pioneer. I mean, he's really truly a treasure. All the things that he does and has accomplished, and he brings a lot of respect from people my age and youth. He really brings a lot.
Dr. Harley.
Elon Musk brings innovation and vision, and that's what the youth really, cling to, is the innovation and vision of what's coming in the future. I mean, I'm against electric cars. I'm against a lot of stuff, but he's brought so much innovation to the world and so much vision of forward thinking that the youth really rallies behind him, because they're seeing, hey, behind this guy, we actually have something cool coming in our future, something that'll benefit me. You got to remember, think of, Mike's generation and the younger generation. What can they do for me? It's about me, not about the whole. It's not the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. No, it's them. It's the needs of the few outweigh the needs of the many. And it's gotten backwards. But, Elon Musk is trying to turn that table, saying, hey, look, I'm doing for everybody. And this is awesome.
Straight 8.
I'm with Steve on this one, man. Steve says, I don't like or trust Musk. You don't reach his level by being a good human. I'm kind of on that same tip right there. I don't quite know about Musk. I like what I hear, but he's right, man. You don't get all the way to the top by being a good person. He's the richest man in the entire world. I do think that's a great idea, though. He can't be bought and paid for. So if he's telling you that he supports you, he really supports you.
What do you think about the idea that here's a guy who just bought Twitter, which was overvaluated big time? He says it wasn't even worth what he paid for it. But at the same time, he did it for us, where we can actually have a free and open conversation.
Yeah, I love that. Man, my red flags aren't coming from anything that he's actually said in particular, like you usually would. My red flags are coming more from the spotlight of, it's a little too good to be true, but we'll see what happens. I got high hopes for Musk. I kind of think he's an alien a little bit, though.
Glare.
So I wanted to touch on something. I think another thing that Elon brings in is that because he does have such a huge younger generation following, and Trump has so many young college kids that are pro-Trump, we're starting to see a lot more younger college age people get involved in politics. And I think that's a very healthy thing for our country, to get the younger generation more involved, because for the longest time, even, I've only been voting for, let's see, 28 years now. But in that period of time, the majority of it was always the old people went out and voted. And we need to start getting the younger generation to come in and vote and get a lot more involved in politics, because we need their opinions. Even though us older generation may not like their opinion, we still need to hear it. Because how can you have a conversation about anything, and a legitimate conversation about anything, if you don't hear multiple viewpoints on that topic?
You guys don't hear that air conditioner going in the background, do you? Because it's hot in this studio.
Yeah, we do. It's all right, though.
You to hear it?
Yeah, it's all right, though.
I don't hear it.
I don't hear it.
Mike's trolling you, Hollywood.
I hear it a little bit, but I'm
yeah, you
living
guys are all
vicariously
capping. I
through
hear
you.
it in my headphones.
Because it's hot here,
I think
too.
Mike's the only one here that's got good hearing still. He doesn't have
What did
tinnitus.
you got? The crowd just said Jefferson County just went red, and that county has usually been blue in the most recent presidential elections.
For the last 30 years.
People are paying attention, and they're voting with their wallet this time.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
I was going to say that earlier. A lot of people are invested now because they really, they've gone way too far, man. Like, if you would still be able to afford milk, you can still afford a political perspective. Once you can't afford milk anymore, your perspective has to go where the milk is.
Well, how do you guys think? And we to go around the table again. We'll just keep going around the table in order here. Mike, how people are finally starting to say, you know what, the economy is a lot more important issue than this guy playing in girls' sports or whatever the
Right.
DEI stuff.
Yeah, we got priorities, you know what I mean? And just like anything, it seems like the Democrats seem to not prioritize correctly. It's kind of interesting with the things that they vote for. In this case, yeah, I do think a lot of this has to do with the fact that people are actually feeling. I mean, this is what happens when we went through a depression and we saw, you know what I mean? And people are feeling it for real. And just like Straight said, you get to the point where you don't have this thing and no one has the option to, you're gonna do everything you can to get to that, back to that. And I think people are going, you know what, I may not agree with what Trump is doing, or I may not agree with him morally, but he economically is going to be the best choice.
Right.
Hardwire. You
No,
there,
you
Hardwire?
lost me for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, what are you talking about?
What's your thoughts on people are actually starting to vote with their pocketbooks and look at the economy, rather
Oh,
than
yeah.
all these social issues?
Yeah, it's about time. I mean, I'm not sure people are buying into what Kamala's saying about wanting to give out all these free things, because the money's got to come from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump at least says, we bring down energy prices, and he's right. That's what drives everything. But we got to figure out a way to get wages up, because once prices go up, they don't really come back down. So we got to figure out how to get people's wages back up. And yeah, I think everybody's seeing that Trump has a way, at least, of bringing costs down, which is what gives them the overhead to be able to pay people better. And Kamala just wants to give stuff away, and that's not really. There's no solution there.
By the way, everybody, before we go over to Dr. Harley, Mike Ball on Insane Wheels, make sure to go get them over there. Hardwire is now on, as well as Dr. Harley Straight A Jacket. I don't know if Blair has a channel, but make sure you guys go visit these guys and give them a like and subscribe. We got the new generation of everybody coming in on this platform. The more, the better. Dr. Harley, go for it.
Trump brings to the table, runs the country like a business. When he first ran for, his first election, he won. I said, that's what this country needs. We need somebody who's not a politician. He's a businessman, run this country like a business. And he did. And the American people on a whole had more expendable cash. And it was evident because more people were going on vacations, more people buying luxury items, more people were, there was more food in the fridge for everybody. And in the past 4 years, travel has gone down, cost of food has gone up, so there's less food in the fridge. And the cost of energy has gone skyrocketing. So people are, the average family was sitting there going, what do I do? Keep the lights on or keep food in the fridge? But I can't keep food in the fridge if I don't have the lights on. So, they're scraping to get by. And I think they're tired of it. And they want to get back to having the lights on, food in the fridge, and a little extra money to go on a vacation, whether it's in-state or, out-of-state vacation. I mean, people are really getting tired of just getting by or struggling to get by. I mean, more people have more side hustles just to get by than they did 4 years ago.
Oh, very well said.
And the
Straight
side
A.
hustles are getting under attack too, man. Them 3-letter agencies. But that's beside the point. I think, man, a lot of people don't care about what's going on until the gas is too expensive and their groceries are too expensive. That's how I am personally, man. I didn't get involved in politics at all until my pocket started feeling it. The only time I really voted like that out of passion was against Clinton. For personal reasons. But other than that, man, my wallet hurts. I raised a lot of kids on very little money, and now I make more money I've ever made before, and I'm struggling paycheck to paycheck. Mike knows I'm spending over $100 a day on groceries right now. When your milk is that expensive. Yeah. And I drive a diesel, so everything's expensive. Like, gotta have a truck big enough to carry all the kids, man. And I think when you start to mess with people's pockets, when they really start to change their perspective on things.
Absolutely.
Before Glare goes on that question, right now it stands at 195 to 117 in the Electoral College. Right now, wow, it's
What do we
getting
need, Hollywood?
We need 270. So
up to
we're
270.
we're getting close.
It's been a little still here for a minute.
Yeah, because the next count is in 1 minute.
Hey
I
Mike,
might need to run out there and vote.
why Glare is talking? Can you find anything out on the House and the Senate races?
Yeah, let me check that.
All right, go ahead, Glare.
So, everybody's correct. Everybody votes with their wallet. And I believe it was Reagan. Don't quote me on this, but I believe he said, it's the economy, stupid. It's always the economy. Everybody votes. If the economy's doing well, people vote kind of sort of willy-nilly, and they vote for the pet project hobbies.
Mm-hmm.
When the economy is doing bad, that's when they knuckle under and they go, look, we need to vote for somebody that's actually going to turn this economy around and take care of us, because it's evident that they're not able to do it with the person that's there now. And until people have the foresight to look at the candidates on that level and that level only, and like I've said for years, when you run for office, and it doesn't matter what it is, it should be looked at like a job interview, not a popularity contest like high school president or sophomore president or any of that BS. It needs to be a job interview. Who is going to do the best job for the American people? And unfortunately, too many Americans don't have that foresight to look at it like a job interview. You don't necessarily hire the person that's going to do the best job because you like them and you're going to drink beer with them after work. You hire the person that's going to do the best damn job for your company. And that's what the United States government is. It's a company, it's a corporation. And until people start voting like it's a job interview, we're going to have these same cyclicals where we get good ones and we get bad ones and we get good ones and we get bad ones. Mm-hmm. So I think that we need to have a big cultural revolution on how people vote. But that's my opinion. So
big news right now. Central County, Pennsylvania officials are forced to keep counting ballots throughout the night. They wanted to stop counting them. They have to count them. Yeah, they're trying to do that late night steal stuff right now.
Yep.
You mean pop up tomorrow with 4 million new ones?
Right.
Yeah.
I know this question is going to be a huge one for our panel, and I'll start with Michael around on that one. The FBI has been so weaponized, and the DOJ, over the last 4 years. I believe they should be separated from Washington, move their headquarters away from it. And actually, the FBI should be a secretary type of post instead of being appointed. What's your thoughts?
I got to agree with that. I have to give you 100% credit on that. I couldn't agree further, or any more, I guess. Yeah, they definitely have a little bit too much power, and we see this. And I think the government relies on the FBI a lot of the times, and it honestly, I see it as lazy work. But they're allowing some other agency to take over and take control of our government, which is BS. And also, by the way, I have the numbers down below if you want to throw that up for just a second, just to see the U.S. Senate and House numbers. So they're live right now. You just have to pull up that screen. There you go. So
what do we
currently right now it's 36 Democrat, 47 Republican in the U.S. Senate. And then the House right now is 115 on the Republican side and 80 on the Democrat. And so obviously 50 is to be called. So we're very close on the Senate. This is where we have a little bit of a longer ordeal. We have to hit 240 or 218 or whatever. And there's 239 more to be called. So it's going to be a minute.
Mike's covering our Senate and our, what's it called? The races.
Yeah, the House. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And that's what a lot of people don't understand is that's really the important race is
100%.
Who controls the House, who controls the Senate. I mean, That's very important. I mean,
If you want to get things passed, yeah.
Yep.
What do you think, Hardwire, about how the FBI and all these three-letter alphabet agencies should be an actual secretary position, moved away from Washington, D.C., instead of being appointed for, certain terms? Like that director, Ray, he should be gone. He's a freaking, and Trump even appointed that guy. And I was like, man, you get him away from all these politicians. What's your thought on the FBI?
Well, the government's favorite thing to do on the planet is regulate everything. Why can't they regulate themselves a little bit? I mean, they're allowing way too much personal opinion and their interpretation of what they do and political party baloney, and they're whatever they have to do to solve that, would be a really good idea.
The jump in there, Christian Haynes on X. She's tracking the returns in Pennsylvania, and she can tell you it's over here in the Keystone State. It is not being called. This is just an opinion. Trump is crushing it in the mail-in vote across the entire state. 15 to 20% swings almost everywhere. Over half of Philly's mail-in vote is in. All of Allegany's is in. Harris is rapidly running out of votes to bank, and she's barely leading statewide with only 2.5 million votes.
Wow.
Go ahead, Hardwire.
Yeah, it looks really close. Yeah, I'm not an expert on it, but they definitely need to find a way to run it more like a, I don't want to say military, but police or some kind of a stricter interpretation where they have got more guidelines besides what their personal interpretations are.
Well, you said it. They need to actually police themselves, but are you ever going to expect that? That's never going to happen.
Do you think Dr.
What the point of it is? They got more. Elon Musk needs to go in there and trim a lot of that.
Was that
Dr. Harley, that bikers are actually finding out what it's like to be under the microscope, kind of like, say, Latinos or African Americans, and people are waking up to the fact that, yeah, we got a corrupt freaking government when they go after Trump like they did.
Well, bikers have always been under the microscope, always, especially by all the alphabets. And get back to your original questions, the alphabets are too big, too corrupt, and they will make up stuff to make their agenda stick or their case stick.
They get caught all the time.
Yep.
All the time.
I have zero respect for the alphabets.
Right now, quick update before we go to straight 8 on that question. 270 needed. Trump is at 205 and Harris is at 117.
Only 65 more needed.
It's looking good, y'all. Well,
they need more accountability. If they press charges against somebody and they can't prove that, prove whatever it is they're trying to prove, they should have consequences rather than bringing all this frivolous bullshit. I'm sorry, baloney.
I think the FBI I think the FBI specifically, they're the most elite of all of the police agencies in our entire country right now. But if you guys remember during Rona season, what they were doing was they were taking all of the agents off child sex trafficking cases and putting them on investigating parents who are talking about not being satisfied with their school boards. If you guys remember that, people were going to their school boards and actually speaking up, and so that shows you where their priorities are. So my personal opinion, man, bad words, lots of bad words.
Don't you think, Lair, that, and I know how we all feel about cops. I'm one of the most outspoken against it. Yeah, I'm not going to even go there. But the FBI should be held to a different standard. And if we do have that FBI to that standard, why the hell do we need DEA, ATF, and all that?
So, it's amazing. Until we recently had the Chevron decision come down out of the Supreme Court, the ATF has been able to write its own rules and turn them into regulations that they could enforce on the American citizens. And because the Supreme Court just always deferred to the agency in charge because they were considered the experts. But they're not the experts on constitutionality. They're the experts on jamming people up and hemming people up. And if you look at a lot of those agencies from a historical standpoint, the FBI has been corrupt ever since J. Edgar Hoover ran it. The reason why J. Edgar Hoover was a director for so damn long is because he had dirt on everybody. And he blackmailed politicians, so he stayed in office. And the FBI has been a corrupt government agency ever since its founding. So I don't know if abolishing it is quite the right move, because I do think that they serve a purpose, but I think their purpose needs to be redirected into what the American citizen says their directive should be, i.e., trafficking of people and dealing with a lot of that internal type of major criminality and organized crime, not going after, small groups of people that may or may not be doing something. I mean, a couple of us here on the panel, know some of the extents at what the FBI is willing to go to and lie under oath and falsify everything just to try to keep that statistic of winning cases up. And it's unconstitutional. It's illegal, flat out. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but other than illegal and unconstitutional.
Very well.
Well, let's go backwards now and start with Blair again, and we'll go on the back line. What can we do to get a fair judicial system? What needs to be done? Because we've already seen how bad that they'll use it against their enemy. And I think it's getting pretty scary.
I think if the president comes out with because obviously he's the chief executive, so he's in charge of the judicial or the DOJ. If he wants to do something as a directive, let's take, Reagan and, drugs, going after drugs. So if he wants to do that and go target drugs and run down cartels and use the FBI for that and use the ATF for that and the DEA for that, he needs to go to the House and get their approval per his plan that he proposes to them, because they hold the purse strings. The House is solely in charge of how the money gets spent. So the House needs to sign off on what he wants to do, because that will allow us as citizens have a little bit more say so by voting in representatives that are going to represent what we want the government to do.
Very well said. Straight eight. Before I get to you, I can't believe this is happening, but the U.S. is going to be testing a hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, just hours after the election polls glows amid growing World War III fears. They're going to be testing a hypersonic missile on election night. Can you believe that?
What a time to be alive.
Jess just came in again for another 5. That's 45 for you, girl. Thank you so much. Stop it. Appreciate you.
I'm not gonna cap Hollywood. I don't know, man. If you give the reins to a young 35-year-old straitjacket, I'm probably gonna tear some stuff up, man. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know like that.
Right. Yeah.
I'm leaning more towards the abolishing it, to be honest. A lot of it, and I'm with. Who was it that said that? Somebody on that panel was with that. Ramswamy brought up term limits a lot, right? I want to bring it back to that. Ramswamy broke down why we don't have term limits. And this situation really kind of highlights why everything is the way it is. If we open up the Constitution right now for term limits, you have to you have to amend it. Well, if you amend it, that means everybody gets their chance to throw something in there and take something out. It's almost like opening the door to the car or to the house. We're going to open the door. We're going to walk in. We're going to grab a couple of things, but everybody that's with you has their own idea about what they're going to do. So as soon as you open up that Pandora's box, anything can happen. I think that's why we don't have term limits. It's like one of them things I forgot to put in there. But
Trump has just taken the lead in Pennsylvania.
nice.
No way. He was way behind too.
Can I jump in kind of on what Straight Jacket said? So part of what Vivek said, because I heard a couple highlights of that speech. Part of the reason why too is because our founding fathers never thought that anybody wanted to be a career politician. When they set this government up the way they did, they thought that it was going to be something that someone did for a short period of time, because it took up extra time that took them away from their merchant shops, their farms, their shipping businesses, their lawyer job, their doctor job. So they never saw this ever becoming a career for anybody. And I'm don't quote me on the years, but I want to say it wasn't until the 1890s that politicians actually started getting a paycheck.
You know what, Blair? I want you to answer this, and I'm going to let everybody on the panel ask this. It's probably a troll, but Keith, why do people worship a document written by young male landowner slave Grathus over 200 years ago?
So I think the reason why, and I don't know if worship is the proper term. I do kind of understand his meaning behind the reason why he worded it that way. I think the reason why so many people are have that constitutionality ingrained into them is because that's what made America America. That is what made this social experiment work for the last 200 some odd years. And we grew from a small fledgling country with 13 colonies into the nation that we are now because of that document. That document has given the people the power to shape its future in a way that other countries have not been able to shape its future. You can take any European country that doesn't have that document, and at how they have to struggle and go through so much strife to get anywhere because of the way their government is set up, because it's not set up like ours. It's not a duly elected. It doesn't have that, the government's supposed to work for the citizen. It's the citizen works for the government. And I think that's the reason why the constitutional side of it is starting to get more prevalent nowadays, is because we're starting to see that our country is getting somewhat flipped on its axis, where it is now the people working for the government versus the government working for the people.
Very well said. I know you're salivating, Dr. Harley, but let Straight A go at this one.
I can't wait to hear Doc talk about it either. Man, because this is the only country that a person can come to because of that damn document. The only country that a person can come to and literally be equal. Like, you can come from nothing. You can't do that in any other country. You can't just go to another country. On top of it, we're the only country this diverse. You can just come here and become an immigrant millionaire. We have more immigrant millionaires here than any other place on the planet for that same reason.
Dr. Harley, go at it.
All right. That document, yes, it's over 200 years old. And why is it worshipped? It's not worshipped. It's admired and it's followed because laws are written off the guidance of that document that sets our country apart from other countries, that the government works for the people. The people don't work for the government. And that's that document that holds the government accountable for their actions. Well, supposedly. And it gives us our rights as U.S. citizens. The right of free speech, the right to bear arms. Just two of them right off the top of my head.
Well, if you
That
look at
document,
the Second Amendment, Dr. Harley, look what happened to Australia, Canada, and everybody else. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, that's the document that protects the people from the government and also tells the people how the government should be run, and we hold them accountable for it. It's the way it's supposed to be, and that's the way it's designed to be. It's a very important document. Yes, it was written 200 years ago, but by landowners, and not all of them own slaves. Not all of them own slaves. I'm sorry to bust your bubble.
It's
Do a
actually
little
way
history
less
search.
than anybody thinks.
Yep, a lot less.
You know,
And
what surprise? I'm going to interject here, Dr. Harley, and give me your thoughts on this. It always surprises the heck out of me when people keep on bringing up the slavery issue. Yeah, it's something from our past. We get it. But you know what? Why ain't anybody yelling about how? And you guys were in the Middle East, you and grade A. Slavery still exists, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
still happening like it did 200 years ago. Why ain't you complaining about that? But it feels like they have embarrassment for our country.
yeah, I mean,
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
The other thing too that a lot of people miss about the slavery standpoint is black people owned black slaves. So it wasn't just white people that owned slaves. Black people owned slaves too. And yet they always forget about that when they're talking about the slavery issue. That's all I had.
yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, to go on that, during the height of the Civil War, the largest slave owner was a black man in eastern Tennessee. And he enslaved his whole family and extended family. And when he freed him after 10 years of service, he was granted 1 acre of land. That's how he became the richest landowner in the state of Tennessee, because he enslaved his
Yep.
whole family and then freed them one at a time after 10 years of service.
Incredible.
Go ahead.
But that's not talk. But going back to this,
Go
it's a
ahead.
very important document. It's one that's not outdated, because if you read the document and you look at what's going on today, you could sit there and say, whoa, wait a minute, time out. That's unconstitutional. You can't do that. Case
With
in
a lot of
point,
stuff.
case in point, look at the YouTubers today that do a First Amendment audit. Cops are telling them you can't record us, that's illegal. No, they can do it. It's a First Amendment right. You cannot interfere with the police investigation, but you can record it. It's that simple. That document still applies today. And there is one case where it still applies. I could come up with more if you really want to, but it's a very important document. I consider myself a constitutionalist. I believe in that document. I trust that document. I have one in my car. I have one in each bike, and I have one on my nightstand. And I just don't have them. I read them.
Right now, Trump has taken the lead in Wisconsin by 0.5%. Go ahead, Hardwire.
Yeah, I everybody's touched a little bit on what I had to say. It does irritate me to death. There's always been slavery is something that has existed outside of what everybody wants to talk about for a long time. Before that, there's been white slaves, there's been black slaves, there's
Tens
been
of thousands of years. Yeah.
And doesn't mean we can't grow beyond that and do better. Okay, and doesn't mean you got to rub it in our faces all the time. You know, it's terrible. It's like an ex-girlfriend that just can't get over something. You know, and that drives me nuts. And it doesn't mean our founding fathers were stupid. They were very smart individuals. And if you ask me how to sit down and write a document to try to avoid a tyrannical government, I would write something very similar. They wrote a First Amendment so people can all talk about everything. They wrote a Second Amendment right after it so that we could protect it. You know, they weren't stupid. They were very smart. They sat down, they talked about it. And a lot of it, like Dr. Harley says, a lot of it still applies today. You could sit down, you can apply a lot of it to a lot of situations that are going on. It might be a little bit of a growing document, but it's a absolutely fantastic foundation, and it has survived a lot more and better than almost any other country on the planet.
And it does grow because there's always amendments to it. There's always amendments on the floor.
It's a never evolving document, correct?
Yeah. I mean, for instance, one of the amendments is term limits for the presidency, because Congress says no one person should have that much power, but they won't put term limits on themselves because they want to have all that power.
It's
Before
almost
we
like
go
they were going
on
through it.
to Mike, the current total right now for the electoral vote is 226 Trump, 108 Harris.
Wow.
This is unbelievable. Trump has a 41.35 million in the popular vote. Harris only 36.18. Your thoughts, Mike, and then we're gonna go right back around the round table to get into something that I guess you could say controversial that I talk about on the morning show all the time, of how the Democrats have actually been the problem since this country has started out. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. All right. That's going to be good. I think everyone here gave the real deal, like answer of like understanding what the Constitution is there, Keith, for you, and why we quote unquote admire it, or whatever you said. Now I just take you as a troll. You're probably saying this from Kenya, you know what I mean, or something. And the truth is we're number one for a reason, and everyone wants to come here and not to your country. That's why you're asking us this. And that's why you're watching American politics right now.
Damn right.
What one thing I can say, we got the best panel for election night tonight. Such a damn good panel.
It's very diverse.
Yes.
Yeah, make sure you go out the Hardwires channel, Dr. Harley, Straight Eight, Glare if he has one, Mike Ball, as always. Mikey's doing killer on Insane Wheels, man. He's killing it, man.
I appreciate you, man.
We have one of the best panels happening right now in the biker scene on YouTube and all the other major channels. I just can't say how happy I am about our panel today. Starting with Mike now, you always hear me say on the morning show about how the Democrats have actually been the issue for this country since it has actually started.
Yeah, since
And
conception.
Since conception, where Civil War was started by the Democrats. It was all Democrat type of stuff. They were the big major slave owners. Then you had the Jim Crow laws happening. And then you have it to where they try to divide us up by race and all that kind of stuff. And I think that Straight A and Dr. Harley could attest, nobody cares what anybody is in a foxhole.
You damn straight.
Nope.
No.
And also, there's a lot of hate organizations that came out of the Democrats as well. The
KKK.
right there.
Bingo.
Boom. And so, here's what I have to say about Democrats is Democrats, from what I have found out, being that just super heavily immersed in politics now, Democrats every single time lead back to degeneracy every single time. It is always it's the exact opposite of what we were originally, which is what we're still today, a democratic republic. And yet every bit of it has been attacked. And yet they're the ones going, there's a threat to democracy, which is absolutely crazy to me.
Hardwire.
I just want to compliment everybody. I'm actually quite impressed with the amount of knowledge and opinions and everything on the panel. Everybody's very knowledgeable, very smart.
You know
Thank
what?
you,
I
Hardwire.
Appreciate you, man.
I
I'm
really
impressed.
believe that the diversity of, and this is just something every influencer can dream of, collaborating with fellow people that have, it's not based on emotion. Well, a lot of what everybody's saying, you can actually go look at if you did your research and stuff. So the panel is just phenomenal tonight, man. It's just in high gear, 2.5 hours, still going strong. But isn't it hypocritical to say Hardwired, and we'll get to Dr. Harley and everybody else, the Democrats talking about the whole last week, and I was wondering what their play was, if it was to get their base voters to get out there throwing around the Hitler, the fascism crap. It's like, you know what? We have some real issues here, and we're tired of hearing about that stuff. But isn't that their go-to, like Mike says, they get degenerative and they get insultive, and it's like, what the hell are you talking about? You're the problem. It's not everybody else.
Right. It's like I said earlier with Elon Musk, what he said, he who smelt it dealt it. They're the worst about it. Every time anything ever happens, they're the worst, absolute worst at slinging the insults. Uh, they veer away from traditional moral values, which is just causing the absolute corrosion of society. And I don't understand how some people don't see it, other than or maybe they do. Maybe there's some reasoning behind why they think more of an absolute anarchy would be better. I don't know.
Well, he brings up a great point, Dr. Harley, about the way the degenerates. If you look at Rome, it fell just because of that.
Yep. 100%.
So, Dr. Harley, what's your thoughts on how a lot of the Democrats, they'll go out and accuse you of something when they're actually doing it, but they have been a major problem for this country since their beginning? And after you answer that, I'm going to have Mike read off the House and Senate again. Go ahead.
Okay. See, now this is going to be a little bit unpopular, but it's my opinion. All right. The Democrats have always flip-flopped. Right. Recently, they are blaming everybody else for what they're doing. There was a time where the Democratic Party was for the working class, was for the average American, and fought for the average American.
Mm.
And then we have times like we have now where they're for themselves and the Republicans are for the working class. So, I mean, you have both parties always flip-flopping on what they're doing or what they're saying. And I'm always for the working class. I'm a working class guy. You know, I'm not a self-made millionaire. I wish I was, but I'm not. The Democratic Party right now is the root of the problem. Back in the 1800s, absolutely. Now, when you look at the Democratic Party in the 70s and 80s, they were for the working class people.
Yeah, they're definitely not Democrats of the
Yeah,
Kennedy
they left their own party, dummies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, like I said, it's an unpopular opinion, but it's my opinion. It's my research and from my personal experience, because I've even flip-flopped my party. I originally registered at 18 as an independent because I didn't know anything any better. And then I went and I was a Democrat. And then I became a Republican. And then I was a Democrat. And now I'm back to being a Republican. Because those parties fit my views and the way I want to see this country run at that time. Right. So I flip-flop. I'm not a diehard Democrat or a diehard Republican. No, I go by what my conscience tells me to go with.
We got a big one from Dark Souls Corner, a $20 donation. We are not a democracy. We are a republic. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say democracy, nor in the Federalist Papers. He's correct right there on that.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
You had to actually have some skin in the game in order for you to actually be able to change laws around here. Yeah, makes sense.
Before we get to straight 8 on that, Mike, go ahead with your report.
Yeah, so we are really close here on the Senate. Of course, we've already basically won this. There's 16 left to be called. 48 on the Republican side, and you need 50 to win. Only 2 more. On the House, this is a slow one that's going on. It's still 211 to be called. So we're only at 135 Republican to 89 Democrat.
And where are we at the electoral votes at this point?
Electoral votes, we're at 205 for Trump, 117 for Harris. Go ahead.
She wins California. That's another 55.
Yeah, she's gonna win California and Nevada, type ordeal. You know what I mean?
You think she's gonna win Nevada?
Well, it doesn't even matter. Six votes at this point. I don't know. I'm just gonna guess how the left coast has consumed the rest of the damn country.
Well, Arizona, New Mexico are showing Trump projection.
New Mexico showing Trump. No way.
Wow.
Yep. Wow. 49.8%.
That's a big surprise.
And a 48.4% for Kamala.
It wasn't always a surprise, but it definitely is now.
So real quick, I want to address something. We got Dark Soul coming over here saying, "Mike, change your vocabulary. Much love and respect." Well, here's the great thing about it is you have your own platform that you can go ahead and bitch about. Here's the thing is I'm up here for a reason. Okay, so I'm sorry to say that. I happen to do pretty well with what I'm doing. I think people understand and enjoy my takes, and respectfully, kick rocks.
I said Dark Souls sucks. I meant the game, not the person. I don't like that game. That game sucks.
Straight A, what's your thoughts on this?
And to the republic for which it stands.
Oh, you
That's all I'm
gotta
gonna say.
love that, man. Glare, I know you up on that, man.
So, the Democrat Party and the Republican Party have almost flip-flopped their two stances over the course of the last probably
200
20
years.
years roughly. Back in the day, the Democrats were all in the South, the Republicans were all in the North. And now it seems to be you get a lot more Democrats in the North and more Republicans in the South. So I think that the cultural shift that has happened in this country has had dramatic effect on the two parties. And, there's probably a lot to it, probably far above my level of education to really get into it much more other than that. They're just, they flip-flopped on from what they used to be to what they are now. And someone, Dr. Harley, you mentioned that you have changed who you vote and how you vote party-wise multiple times. I think that people ought to just register to vote flat out, no party, no association, and you just vote how you vote. There shouldn't be.
But if you go independent, no party, then you don't have a voice in the primaries.
I gotta
No,
cut in.
no, but go ahead, Hollywood.
I gotta cut in here. The decision desk just projects Donald Trump wins in Georgia.
No way. That's humongous.
Yeah, that's huge, bro.
Wow.
That's
round of applause for
16
America.
votes right there.
That's humongous.
America.
My
America.
God,
And-
that's two sweet
And
states.
Pennsylvania.
Let's
I
hope they
predicted that.
protect Pennsylvania, man. But they got Georgia going on. Go ahead. I came in on you, Glare.
So, Dr. Harley, you're correct. If you vote, if you register as independent, then yeah, you don't get as much of a say. But that's why I'm saying more. My point is, like, as a citizen, you just register to vote flat out, and you can vote however you choose to vote based on the person that you like. Flat out. There's no. I think a regular citizen should not be tied to a political party. They should just be labeled as a citizen voter, to where you can vote however your heart leads you to vote. And that's. I think it would take a lot of the divisiveness out of it, because you don't feel so tied to a particular party if you're not registered to a particular party. And I agree with you about the independent thing 100%. But that's why I'm saying just eliminate it altogether from the actual voting citizen. You're just a citizen voter. That's all that you are. Nothing more, nothing less. So you're not tied to that party line mentality or that party line alignment, to where you can vote how you think that you should be voting.
Well, unfortunately, that would be awesome, a utopia. But the
Right.
average American is too lazy to do their own research. They're going to listen to crooked news, and that's what's going to influence them. Well, it does now on which way they vote.
Oh, 100%. People don't want to. People don't want to do their own homework to figure out who they should be voting for. They should just listen to the propaganda box that hangs on the wall in the house and go, oh, well, they told me I need to vote for this person because this other person is, Hitler.
And by
And
the
also-
way,
and it's.
that is, you know what? I love hearing you guys talk, man. I'm just like sitting back chilling. But go ahead, Glare.
Yeah, I love it too. I love it.
Best
Glare.
panel around, man.
I want to co-sign real quick, buddy. It doesn't help any that, like, I have to work 4 damn jobs in order just to keep afloat. I can't
Nope.
pay attention to anything
Yep.
when I'm just grinding away.
No kidding.
But
That's
you
why
know,
I
I
love
100%.
California.
if Dark Soul ever wanted to come on, he could. He does have a lot into this stuff, but go ahead. I just wanted to throw a shout out there for the $20 as well. Go ahead, Glare.
And you know what you just said there, straight from that standpoint, how much of that do you think is the machine that is the United States of America doing, creating that circumstance, to use you as an example, creating that circumstance for you to where you can't pay attention to what truly is going on in politics and in America, all because all you're concerned about is taking care of your family, like most people are. So
Yeah.
by being held down, or blinders on, however you want to look at it, to where all you can do is focus on taking care of your family, you don't have any time to pay attention to all this other stuff in the world that is extremely important and could make it easier or more difficult for you to take care of your family.
I think it's by design. Absolutely.
I just
100% agree. Yep.
I just texted Mike Ball and was like, man, we might win this tonight, my man. I'm getting bumped here, guys. What's your thoughts right now, Dr. Harley? Is it looking good?
I think it's looking good. I mean, one way or another, we're going to have a new leader of this country. I hope it's the person I like to see. And I'll tell you right now, I voted for Trump. And because I feel he's the best person, the best qualified. He's got the best policies. You know, Kamala never addressed policies. There really isn't much to look up on her. And so there was nothing for me to go on other than she embarrassed our country as vice president on the world stage. And I could not do that. I could not consciously vote for her to be president of the United States, because she'd be even a bigger embarrassment.
From Road Rage, member for 11 months, man. He's my man. Trump just took the lead in Michigan by 10,000 votes. Starting
awesome.
off with Mike and go around the table. I think we all know who we're all for right here. And then, I wish I had somebody on that was for Kamala, my bad. But would you be able to accept if she did win? Would you support her as a president?
I of course I would. I'm an American, and
Exactly.
it's my job to sit there and support that president.
As long as they win legitimately, you know what I
Yes.
mean? That's it.
I mean, my grandmother didn't vote yet, so I mean, just saying.
Well,
Right.
define support though, actually, because I mean, it doesn't mean we're gonna like her. You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking about, like I was talking about earlier, in the old days, Hardwire, Glare, and Dr. Harley, Mike, and Straight Eight. We accepted the loss, and we actually gave them a chance to prove themselves, is what I think it is. Go ahead, Harley.
I mean, when Trump won his first election, how many Democrats go out there? Not my president, not my president. Well, guess what? He is.
Yeah.
You know.
I think a lot of this
And
goes back
on
to
that-
what I was saying earlier about the steering the ship in the right direction. The country's kind of fluid, and it always is. And like Dr. Harley said earlier about the flip flop and all that, I think somebody just the whole thing is kind of a ruse in a way. Somebody steers the ship in a certain direction. The country itself changes and evolves, and somebody kind of fixates on what they think is going to get people's votes, and then the next party all they can do is shift to try to counter that, and sometimes it goes that way, but it's a lot of it's just kind of a ruse. It's not the way it seems, like just a bunch of flip-floppers, you know what I mean? It's not like that.
A big announcement just came out of Independence County, Arkansas. They just shocked the nation by voting overwhelmingly to ban voting machines and go back to hand-counted ballots.
Wow, that's a big W. I gotta agree with it.
It costs
Big
less money, and it's better.
So go ahead.
Less chance
Dr.
of corruption.
I think you answered that one. Glare, we'll go to Straight Eight and Mike. What do you think about giving the new president a chance?
You know, I didn't want Obama to be president, but I was never out there going, he's not my president, because the whole part of this social experiment is accepting the loss, regardless of if it's the guy, that you want or not. That's what this social experiment is all that it is, there's some that you win, there's some that you lose, and you may not like the guy who won, but he is still the president of the United States. And I know Strait was in the military, and I believe Dr. Harley was also. You didn't have to necessarily salute the man, but you saluted the rank.
Bingo.
Right. Damn right.
I was never in the military, so I just know that from friends of mine that are in the military. But, you've got to respect the position of president of the United States. You respect the seal, you respect the desk, and that's the way that Americans should be. And I think that is some of the cultural issues that we're having with this country now is it's gotten so divided that they've lost that respect for what that seal means. And hopefully we can get, past that cultural divide and bring the country back together to where it's not so divisive, it's not so split, and we can go back to all of us being Americans again, because that's what this country needs. All of us in this social experiment.
And if I could, I'm going to put it in biker terms because I've said it to people's faces. On both ways. I respect you more than the patch on your back. And then one of his brothers says, I respect your patch more than you.
Wow.
That's brutal.
Real quick update here. Iowa has just been called for Donald Trump.
Wow. Let's go. Let's get it.
Virginia is too close to call. It was supposed to be a blowout. But
it's about dead even.
Harris is at 49.7, Trump at 48.7, with only like 35,000 ballots separating them. Oh, this is a disaster for the left tonight, man. They're all screaming over on what's it called?
Most of the country's red.
MSNBC and CNN and stuff.
What's your update, Mike, on the House and the Senate?
Yep. So it looks like we haven't really moved at all. It's still. It looks like 15 to be called. I don't know what happened here on this whole ordeal. There was only a few more. I guess there was like 17 when we last checked, and then there's still 201.
Is it updating live, or do you need to refresh?
Yeah, this is all live. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and refresh it again, even just to double check. But yeah. So,
because everybody has to remember, we still got to get, if Trump wins, to get anything done, you need the House and the Senate.
Well, that's a humongous thing. If we can get both of these, then that's one of the questions Brother Steve Easy was asking. Well, will Trump be able to get some of these things that he wants implemented? And the truth is if you win the House and Senate, absolutely.
Yep. And New Mexico just flipped back to Kamala.
Wow.
Do you guys think?
I never understood, man, is whenever you see some of these states with vote for a Republican president and then vote in a Democrat into the Senate, do you not understand how government works? What are you people thinking?
Hey, Mike, do you have any information on Carrie Lake right now, and also Lily for Congress out of New Hampshire 2nd?
Yeah, let me check it.
Yeah, if you can check that out right now. Lily for I don't know if you guys watch the show and stuff in the morning, but Lily for the New Hampshire 2nd, she's the one who took down that snide freaking Washington D.C. outsider. But
you showed a clip of her this morning, didn't you, Hollywood?
Yeah, I showed a clip this morning about it.
I have it right here.
What's going on with it?
Okay, so as of right now, the Democrat Maggie is winning 55.8%. Republican on for Lily on that side, she's only at 97,000 votes compared to 123,000. So only 44.2% as of right now. So there's still a lot of remaining votes. Don't be discouraged by that. it completely, because look at the amount of votes that it's still 50 more percent, at least 55%.
Oh, yeah, it's still a baby right now.
Yeah, it's still a baby.
Oh, what about Kerry Lake? Did they got anything from Arizona?
Let me look for Kerry Lake. Hold on one sec.
I got to agree with Wild Willie. She is hot. Did you ever notice, guys, that the hotter women are conservative? Just saying.
Hey,
Okay,
100%.
so
the
you're
conservative women
100%
are
right
always
about
hotter.
that. 100%. Okay, so let me go ahead and flop the screen over to Kerry Lake.
You know why, Mike? Because their hair's not blue or green.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. No kidding.
What do we got as far as Kerry Lake, and do we got
So,
anything coming in
right
for-
now, she's at 45,000 or 45.8% for 826,705 votes. That's humongous. And remember this, guys, we're only at 49% reporting right now in Arizona. So there's still 51% more to go. As of right now, Ruben has the lead right this second at 52.5% with 948,410 votes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, sir. Interesting, huh? Well, they're still babies.
What do you think about how the because if the Democrats get in with the House and Trump gets into the president, first thing they're to do is try to impeach him. Do you guys think that, and again, we'll start around the table, I think they made impeachment a joke where it was supposed to be one of the most hardest core things that you could do, and it was what do you think, Claire? And we'll go from there.
When they when they said flat out, from day one that they were going to start impeachment, the news and the media started calling that out against Trump. They turned impeachment into something that was extremely severe and detrimental to the president of the United States, and they turned it into almost like a kangaroo court by the whole pomp and circumstance that they put into it and everything else. And then it goes to the Senate. The Senate's like, yeah, no, we're not doing this. And for Pelosi to get up there and say, oh, well, he's still been impeached. Well, he actually hasn't been. You just don't like the guy. And because you hold power in the House right now, you got all your cronies together and you guys decided to band against the man instead of giving him a fair shot and trying to work with him. I do believe they turned it into just a laughing stock. People in other countries were making fun of us for watching all of that BS go on with the impeachment trials and everything. And for what they tried to impeach him on was ridiculous anyways. You can't tell me that Obama didn't have phone calls with other world leaders, or President Biden, when he was the vice president, had phone conversations with people that were way more questionable than the phone call that Trump had that they impeached him over. It was ridiculous. It was a clown show, just straight out a clown show.
Real quick before I go to straight A, 36% of Hispanics in Michigan are now going for Donald Trump, and that is with 60% of the votes, with Kamala with just 35% of the votes. My God. But go ahead, straight A.
My beer's spilling everywhere. What was the question? I got so
It sounds like it was in the freezer too long, huh?
Too long, dog. Too long.
Yeah, and exploded.
I was trying not to get too drunk.
That's alcohol.
He can't even pull beer out of the freezer fast enough.
Do you think? I do not think the founders believed impeachment should be used the way it has been against him.
No, I don't think we've never seen it be used that way until this. I'm new to politics, so I could.
Well,
be
Bill
wrong.
Clinton got impeached.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
That's where it started.
But he was impeached for lying under oath.
Yeah, it
Right.
wasn't a bunch of BS impeachment. We've never seen kangaroo court hit American politics this way.
Go ahead,
And
Doc.
it's kind of like saying, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, straight A.
It's kind of like it doesn't make sense. You got to get impeached from the House and the Senate in order for you to be impeached. But that's a huge talking point for the left all the time. Well, he's been impeached twice. No, you tried to impeach him twice. It didn't work. But because the
the
media, the fourth branch,
the
said that they was impeached, he was impeached.
the impeachment came in the House and the trial went over to the Senate, and they found him not guilty in the Senate. But don't you think, Dr. Harley, it's made impeachment not seem like it should? It should be a
Impeachment
serious
has been so used and abused as much as putting a member out bad.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, God, you can be put out bad for stupid reasons, and people are getting, President Trump's got brought up for impeachment twice for stupid reasons, and it's being so misused and abused, just like the out bad status. I mean, I remember a time when you were out bad. You were out bad. This community from the whole community. Now you're out bad. Whatever. Good to see you. Come around.
Come to my club.
It's kind of
Yeah.
like getting charged for a felony, beating it, but somehow you're still a felon to everybody.
So
Yeah,
far,
exactly.
another huge development right now in the Dearborn precinct out in Michigan. Vote for the Muslims, 332 Trump, 293 Stein, Harris only 81.
Oh man,
Trump's leading
Wow.
Michigan.
Even the Muslims
they
don't want
really
her.
don't like her.
But go ahead, Harley, finish your thoughts, and we'll go to Hardwire and Mike.
That was it. That's the only way I see the impeachment. Now it's like saying someone's out bad from a club. So
In
what?
Michigan, Trump is up 50.9% to Harris's 47.3 right now. Hardwire, your thoughts?
Well, that all started with Bill Clinton. Yeah, he was impeached for lying under oath or whatever, but still, the way the country saw it, it was getting impeached for a blowjob, and
That's
which
basically
had
what it was.
nothing to do with how the man ran the country,
Well,
which
yeah, we
is
had a
ridiculous.
lot of prosperous times there, Hardwire, during the 90s, and those that are around, it was getting impeached over a
Mhm.
blowjob.
And
So
they-
it was actually the Republicans started it.
Hopefully it was a good one.
It's
At
because
least
you
this
lied under
time-
oath, and there's a deeper thing to it. You know what I mean?
At least this time, Republicans have practiced some restraint because they could have, tried to impeach Biden, but they knew they couldn't because they didn't. It's become a political, like they said, clown show because they knew when they impeached him that it wasn't going to go all the way through. They just wanted to make him look bad, and that's all and it's all they accomplished. And that may have led to a lot of the reason why he lost in 2020. Besides all the shenanigans, I mean. I know a lot of people that said that he was impeached this and he was impeached that. And
Well, Mike, Hardwire, you brought up a damn good topic about election cheating and stuff. And if it happened tonight, we'll find out and we'll talk about that. But Mike, your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, do you see how Democrats ruined damn near all, lingo and, verbiage that we use? Look at like racist, look at xenophobes. This is the thing. This is what happens when you try to punish somebody, you know what I mean? Off of something they shouldn't be punished off of. It's kind of like the ordeal, like Dr. Harley said, it's like being out bad from a club back in the day. It used to be like for 4, maybe 5 things. Now you can be outbatted for literally looking the wrong way, you know what I mean? Or wearing the socks that they don't agree with, whatever. And see, that's what's crazy to me. And essentially it's been overused. And see, what happens is the American public goes, well, it means nothing. That's it.
Well, going on that, Mike, do you think that they're going to be able to get away with any shenanigans in this election today?
I think this is a super observant, probably the most vigilant we've been in a very, very long time on elections. So I think that it's going to be harder. Now, when there's any type of a race going on, since conception, there's been cheating within the elections, and it just is what it is, right? But it's unfortunate, and I wish that wasn't the truth, because it should be a fair vote all the way around. Everyone should be able to accept that. But that's what happens is people get skeptic, unfortunately. And I'm hoping it doesn't happen, but yeah, it can still happen.
Big news out of that before I go to Hardwire, then over to Dr. Harley, straight 8, and then let's see here. I just missed my thoughts here.
Damn thing's
AP
still frozen.
forecast has Trump winning 23% of black men. Holy crap.
That's a humongous number.
New York Times has put out its final estimates at 10:15 Eastern time. They are thinking Wisconsin Trump 1.1 up, Nevada 1.8, Michigan 1.9, Pennsylvania 1.9. Georgia has already been called 2.6. North Carolina already been called at 3.2. And they're thinking Arizona 3.9. Go ahead there, Dr. Harley.
Well, what was the question again? I'm sorry, I got sidetracked with the counts.
The shenanigans. Do you think there'll be shenanigans?
Actually, no, because there are more lawyers involved with the count and everything. I mean, if you want to trust lawyers,
Take it easy, Steve.
Later, Steve, easy. But there are more lawyers involved in this election than any other election in history. I mean, we're talking numbers of hundreds of lawyers that are involved in this. So, I mean, it's going to be the most scrutinized election results ever in history.
Agreed. Go ahead.
Especially with Trump winning.
I think you're always going to have some nefarious action going on, but I don't think it's the same. Man, I'm going to get real tinfoil hat. I don't think it's the same shadow government doing the same thing. And obviously, I mean, you for sure got somebody who casted a ballot for Trump that shouldn't have. So that's cheating on a technical scale, right? It's just not as big. So you're always going to have some sort of nefarious activities going on, but I don't think so. I think they're right. This is after last election, man. I don't know what you guys saw, but I saw a lot. Saw a lot of ballots getting shredded. Saw a lot of weird, crazy stuff going on. You don't see that going on right now.
Well,
is it going on? I don't know.
Last presidential election, I got 2 ballots in the mail to myself and 2 ballots in the mail to my wife to fill out and mail in. That's shredded them because we believe in voting in person.
Right. Kamala just won a big state. Which one did she just win? She just won 2. Boom, boom. Back to back.
She won Rhode Island earlier.
Just now. So it's 193, Kamala Harris, 216
to 193. I'll try to find
that's
out.
Closer.
That was only 2 states right there, I believe.
That's
one of them was probably California then.
Yeah, it was a humongous count.
Yeah, they just called California for Harris.
Yeah.
It looks like.
I bet there's still people standing there.
We all knew that was going to happen. You know,
California 54.
Yeah, unapologetic Americans, right? We don't know if there's any nefarious activities. You can always assume no.
It's true. West Coast is coming in. That's right, Papa.
I'm kind of surprised her numbers aren't higher in California. That's got to show something.
Yeah, that is.
California's a different beast, though. You know, in California, the I guess the mannerisms are way different. You don't talk to each other like that, like you do in the Midwest or in the South. You know.
No, so, you're right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of disconnect between the average American. There's a lot of disconnect, especially in Los Angeles. You got a huge disconnect between neighbors.
Oh, they called California, Washington, and Oregon for her. That's why.
That's the West Coast right there for you. And you could bet that she was going to win all 3 of those states. That was an automatic.
What is different between the West Coast and the Midwest, Mike, and even the South?
Well,
as attitudes.
That's a bit interesting because, Straight actually just kind of mentioned it and touched on it. For instance, when I was in California, the last house I was in, I was not there for a super long time. I was there for about 2.5 years, something like that. And I didn't know a single neighbor.
For how long?
2.5 years. I didn't know a single neighbor. That's what I'm saying. The entire time from when I moved in, like no one came over, like was baking us cakes and stuff. No, there was not. No one even introduced themselves. And then when they would go to their cars, like they would have like blinders on. They'd make sure that they don't even look up. You know what I mean? Like I'm minding my business type thing. Yep. And that's where you see the brutalness of maybe even my speech. Because
can I interrupt you? You're from California, Mike. How the hell did you guys just elect Adam Shifty Shift? Come on.
Listen, man, I can't make excuses for what happens over there, man. I was the outlier over there.
I just want to know their way of thinking, that they know this guy's a freaking douchebag and they send him to the Senate over Steve Garvey.
It's unreal. It's unreal. Yeah.
Hollywood, you
it's
remember what
unfortunate.
we said about earlier about being in survival mode and you have to stay grinding at all times? And you can't really pay attention to a whole lot. California is the worst about
That's
that.
why I left it.
Worst state I've ever been in as far as having to hustle. I mean, at
Yeah,
one point
it's
I
a
was
hustle
working
culture. Yes.
I was working 3 full-time jobs and getting disability and still couldn't qualify.
You're still
for a
going
house to live in.
backwards.
Yep.
So
you're grinding.
Says, Decision Desk HQ shows Oregon is leaning Trump still. Well, that's a pretty good thing. They're all over the place now with their decisions, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
How'd Pelosi
I'm from
win?
California also.
See, I think it's funny how
and-
they could call California and Washington, yet states like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Washington, New Mexico, polls have been closed for hours and they can't call that yet.
Yep.
Wow, a big one out of Ohio, Mike. Bernie Moreno just beat Sharon Brown. They took the incumbent, so a Republican pick up there. The Senate has flipped to Republicans. That's why I'm getting all my news right now out of X, man. It's just coming in hardcore.
Yeah, you guys get it actually first before even the polls get it.
Right.
Yeah,
Go
see
ahead, Mike. Then go hardwire and all that. How is my biggest question about California is they're in such an insanely big downfall. How people could still vote for the same stuff that ain't working.
Yeah, it's unreal. Yeah, it's kind of the it's a fascinating thing, even with like property there, right? Like I have people right now in like family friends that are trying to sell their home right now. These are like $900,000, $1.2 million homes, and no one wants to buy them. You know what I mean? That's what's crazy is there's all this, the property is worth so much, but no one wants to buy them. No one can sell. Everyone's got their houses on the market right now, and no one can sell. That should tell you something.
That's why
And they're $1
everybody's
million
moving
for a
away.
tiny house.
Yeah,
Nobody
$1
wants
million
to go
is
that way.
you're living in the ghetto.
800 square feet, 2-bedroom, 1-bath in Long
Yep.
Beach.
I
you're
lived in
paying
a
$1
nine.
million.
I lived in a 916 square foot house in Long Beach, and we sold that house. That was like the childhood house I was in until I was like 12, and we sold that for like $600,000 back in the day, which is crazy.
Wow.
That's
Long
an
Beach,
apartment.
baby.
Yeah, and now that same house is probably $1 million.
Right now, MSNBC's having a meltdown after Ted Cruz won big in Texas. Joy Reid, that schmuck, claims without evidence the state has rapid voter suppression, and then they're pissed off about the abortion issue down in Florida right now. That's what they do. They go crazy, man. But Hardwire will get going with you, and then Dr. Harley Stradak and Glare on why the West Coast is just so different than the rest of the country.
I'd like to start by saying, even though California is a huge part of the American economy, I think we should let them go. If they want to annex, we let them go.
we should allow them to do it.
Yeah.
No, we should make them. We should make them.
But yeah, it's different in the mid. When I've been down south, a lot of polite people down there. Out west, they're like they said, with a lot of blinders on. In the Midwest, we got an interesting combination, kind of a little bit of all that. Depends on where you're at. We got some people here that think they're south, so some people here think they're north. So, it's interesting up here. It's a mixture of people, but we've definitely stayed more towards the conservative, which is good. The Rust Belt states are more middle class jobs. I don't know about anybody else, but I've always kind of hovered right at the in between being a lower class and middle class, kind of right in the middle, just kind of hovering there. And every time I think I'm getting a leg up, it's like something kicks me back down, and
well, it's hard when you only have one leg,
Decision Desk out of Anson Knowles, he's been posting for us. Yeah, guys, if you can post stuff for us, I'd appreciate it in the chat. Decision Desk HQ has electoral count at 162 Kamala, 246 for Trump.
Very interesting.
Very interesting stuff going out there, Dr. Harley. What do you think? Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are they're going to get the big one. They're going to become an island, or we give them back to Mexico. With Nancy Pelosi and all of them.
I got to give you that.
Our bad. You can have it back. It's all yours.
Yeah.
But I've never lived in California. I've only spent hours in California, flying through it. Up the
He
whole.
said it's a flyover state now, baby.
Yeah, it's become flyover.
But I have family that live out in California. It's a different. It's a country on its own, like Texas.
You ain't lying.
I lived in Texas, and Texas is a country on its own, and just like California, they're a country on their own. They have their California ways of doing things, and I think it's interesting when you look at it. They called California Washington, and you look at how many votes were counted. It's 0% votes counted for both of them, but yet they call it. And the polls, like Road Rage is saying, the polls closed an hour ago, and they're saying that they're done. That's bullshit.
Exactly. And Jigga Man just said that he casted his vote. Nobody asked him for an ID. I'm still trying to wait for where he's from, but I'm going to assume it's one of those sanctuary states.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Dark Soul, with the hurricane hit areas, I'll look that up right now, but I do know they called North Carolina. I'd be surprised if North Carolina voted for them after that hurricane response. I'll look into that now. Straight 8.
I want to point out a comment before we get started. Hook Dog just said that California and Oregon and Washington polls are still open, and they called it. He's from California, so I'm gonna believe Hook on that one. So they're calling it already, and they're still voting. So there's where your 4 million extras
like they did in
they
did in New Jersey. They were still standing in line. Wouldn't that be something when the votes go with them?
Man,
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I don't think he said where he's from. I'm gonna assume it's a sanctuary city, though. Yeah, so we've already seen some nefarious activities.
Yeah,
I'm looking at California, 0% reporting, literally 0% reporting, but they're calling it for Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
No vote percentage, no vote count.
And if I'm getting turned away, like what's going on with New Jersey or whatever, I would be pulling out my phone right there. Like I'd be recording the whole thing. I'd go live and everything. I'd be like, look at what's happening right here. This is absurd. There's no way that we're going to allow this.
I mean, it wouldn't least be surprising if they're actually doing that. And as soon as they see it, they're immediately taking it down.
Well, and the crazy thing about California is that you've got the Bay Area, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, and then you've got LA County, and then you got San Diego County. Those are going to be your big, strong Democrat strongholds in the state. And yet the rest of that state is all Republican because the majority of that state is agricultural.
Correct.
And so they vote Republican conservative because they want to preserve that agricultural way of life. And the downside is because those populations in those 3 major areas pretty much run that entire state, which is the reason why just a couple of years ago, California was talking about splitting itself in half, and all the Democrats can keep all the coast and all the agricultural people will keep all the agriculture. And they're like, we'll vote our way, you vote your way. And we split that electoral vote. But, obviously that got squashed. But California is a very interesting state because you have very conservative pockets. Like the town that I grew up in was just south of where Mike was when he lived last out there. Just north of San Diego, about 35 miles. And that town, even though it was still in San Diego County, was an extremely conservative town.
That's right.
And everybody, even during COVID, all of the restaurants stood up against the city council and moved to outdoor dining and said, screw you, mayor, we're not going to listen to you because we need to keep our restaurants open. We need to keep feeding people. We need to keep doing business in order to survive because the majority of them are small family-owned businesses on the main street in that town. And the downside is just because those three strongholds are such a Democrat stronghold, they really wreck that entire state, because that state it's a beautiful state. I moved out of there roughly 10 years ago to Texas, and I miss it by all means. The weather is beautiful. You know, you
Same,
can
bro.
ride some great areas, but just the politics and the way the state was going even 10 years ago was really sad and pathetic. And we moved out because of the cost of houses.
No kidding.
There was no way my wife and I were going to be able to afford to buy a house.
It's impossible.
And at the time I had, 100% impossible. You know, and then you look at that and you take that house cost and you say, okay, well, now I'm a 21, 22-year-old man that's got a good job, whether it's construction or whatever it may be, and I've got a fiance, or I got a new wife, we just got married. How are we going to be able to afford to buy a house and start a family? Because of the Democrat policies in that state have ruined it.
Hey, Mike, I can't find this anywhere. Can you see what the turnout was for the areas of North Carolina that were hit by that hurricane?
Yeah.
You're better on the internet than me. I want you guys, and I played this morning, and I want to know your thoughts, and I'll go around the table after it's done playing. But if this right here is the opium of what the Trump election's all about and where we want to be as a country, and I'm going to play it right now for you.
Moment. How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we, the people, choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
Making America great again.
Let's get your guys' thoughts, man.
That was a great campaign video right there.
Yeah, I wonder why I didn't see that.
Yeah,
before.
that was probably the better one that I've seen in a very long time, where it wasn't about like, hey, I hate this person, I hate the other person. It was more just showing love of the American people. And yeah, that was beautiful. I got to give it to him.
Very wholesome.
Yeah, very respectful.
What did that say to you guys as far as the difference between the campaigns and how they ran it?
Oh,
I think that reminds me very much of like what true pure Americana is I can tell you what I propose to do if you elect me as president of this country. And these are the people that are going to help me get the job done. And that right there, the easiest way to say it, it's pure Americana. I mean, that's what this country is. It's Americana.
That's right.
Straight eight, as somebody who served, and Dr. Harley after that.
I like it. I do like it. I think it's very wholesome. I'm not convinced though. I like it, but we'll see what happens. I'm not easy to convince. I've been deceived before.
Dr. Harley.
I thought it was great. I'm so tired of the hate campaigns and the hate ads. They spend so much money telling you to hate this other candidate, and these are the reasons why to hate them, that they don't even talk about anything that's tangible. I want to know tangible stuff. What are you going to do for the people? What are you going to do for this country? What are you going to do for our safety and our security? I want to know this stuff. I don't want to know why you hate this person and you tell me why I should hate that person. I thought that was a brilliant ad. I really do, because it was about the Americans, the American people, that, hey, I was this, but now I'm going this way. And hey, it's all about the kids. What are we doing for our kids? What are we going to leave our kids? I thought that was brilliant.
Very well said. Hardwire and Mike.
Yeah, that part. I mean, that was a great commercial. I'm surprised I didn't see it. And that's almost unexcusable on behalf of Trump's campaign. They should have had that out and everywhere. I think it would have helped.
Well, I can tell you why we didn't see it, because it didn't fit the mainstream media's agenda.
Yeah, most of it was on Twitter and all the other. It was basically on social media.
Right. It's a social media thing. It's unreal how that is, well, you see right there, you can see right between, mainstream media and the internet. The internet seems to always win. Always. Now, also, I want to point out that someone said, Kraut said, good propaganda. Well, you got to understand and remember as well that everything is propaganda, and you can use propaganda for good. And
I'd rather see more propaganda with a message of hope than
exactly
hate.
There's actual Middle East countries that used. There was a social experiment of you actually showing off the core family unit, like all the signs. Everybody was shown with a family. Like it was used. Propaganda was used that way. And guess what happened? They're actually their population rate or repopulation rate outgrew themselves, which was an amazing thing to watch a deficit change like that.
Right now, they're showing pictures of Pennsylvania, 51.1 up for Trump, 47.9 for Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, he's up 50.7 right now to 47.8. Holy cow. And then Wisconsin, we just talked about that one.
Oh, also, I have the thing that you were asking for, by the way, North Carolina.
Oh, yeah. What was that for Dark Soul?
This just came in actually, where it was like certified. Because earlier when I first looked this up, all of this was still in the light blue, basically not completely counted yet. Well, these are the actual results so far here, and you can see, I mean, majority of this is all Republican. It's basically the Northeast that really, was Democrat. Yeah, it's interesting.
They really came out and kicked ass, man.
Yeah, they did.
What do you think about some of the results coming in that surprised you guys? Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Well, North Carolina was a happy one to hear, but the biggest W on this whole thing tonight was Georgia. That is a humongous win for Trump. That is something that is going to definitely obviously go in his favor, right? And that's what I'm personally hoping for. So yeah.
Hardwire.
I think everything looks really good. Hopefully it holds up. Going back to, not to recap, but the picture of RFK standing over top of the thing saying, why would we ever want to do that to our kids? That's corporate greed, and we have to find a way to get rid of a lot of this greed. There's been books written years and years ago about all the really bad evils of capitalism and what could happen, and then we're starting to see almost all of that come to fruition. And there has to be as an evolving country, that's one of the things we've really got to find a way to rein in is the damn corporate greed that we have, the power of the almighty dollar amongst people who don't even need it. Okay.
Just White, Mike, your sugar mama is, it's my job to spoil you.
Wow.
Oh,
that's
man.
The $5 come in hot right there. Thank you, girl.
Doc Harley, I think one of the biggest surprises for me tonight is how fast they called Georgia and North Carolina, as well as the Muslim vote coming out of Dearborn. That is just amazing right there.
Well, the biggest surprise for me today, if my memory serves me correctly, 4 years ago, Trump lost Pennsylvania, and it was blue, if memory serves me correct. And now he's won Pennsylvania. That was a big surprise.
He's winning it. It hasn't been called yet.
Right. And another big big surprise is how California was called within an hour after the polls are closed.
They're still open.
Yeah.
Yep.
Agreed. I can't believe they called it like that. I think that's kind of
California, Oregon, Washington. You know,
I can
Nevada's
believe it,
not
but-
even reporting yet.
What is your biggest surprise, Straight Eight?
I don't have any surprises. I'm
Yeah.
not surprised at all. I've seen this episode. Like I told you in the first get-go, I'm from the show me state. I'm from Missouri originally. California's home, but I'm from Missouri. You got to show me. And I'd still rather fight about it.
What
I want
about
a
you,
divorce.
You know, I am surprised that California's calling it already, considering their polls are still open. That really surprises me. And I think it disenfranchises the voters that are still standing in line trying to vote. Because how can you call a state when I haven't even cast my ballot yet? It seems ridiculous to me. You know, the Muslim vote, I'm glad to see the Muslim vote go for Trump. I do believe that there's a reason why for it, because they would, from a cultural standpoint, the limited knowledge that I do have of that culture is they're not going to vote for a woman to be president because they don't have that same equality, and that may not be the proper term to use, but they don't have that same viewpoint on woman equality as a lot of other Americans do. I mean, you just look at the Middle East, you know, all the rulers over there are men, always have been men, always will be men, and the women just don't have that place. So I was really I would have been surprised had they voted for Kamala, honestly.
I think that's a very good point right there. A lot of the leftist media are calling a lot of the people chauvinistic and sexist and all that kind of stuff, but they don't understand their culture either. And I think that's where they really lose, their arguments everywhere, is because you got to actually understand their culture before you say that kind of stuff.
Some women have been able to get on the world stage and kind of command a bit of strength, and I think a woman possibly could, but Kamala Harris is definitely not the person for that.
I don't believe she's a Margaret Thatcher. I really don't. You know, Margaret Thatcher was right there with Ronald Reagan during all the Cold War stuff, and she's not that. My question:
could you imagine Kamala trying to sit down and negotiate anything with Middle East, any country in the Middle East?
Exactly.
They'd respect Hillary Clinton before they would respect her.
In their own religion, they're not even allowed to deal
Only
with her.
because they're afraid of Hillary Clinton.
Exactly.
In their own religion, they're not even allowed to deal with her.
True.
Right.
Very damn true, man. Very damn true. Let's see what else what's going on with. I know we took the Senate, Mike. Does he give us an update with it?
Yeah, let me go ahead and check over here. Let me bring it back up on the screen. I know I have to reshare. Okay, here we go. So the only movement that we've really seen is actually in the House, and Republicans have come up quite a bit. And I was watching this a little bit earlier. This happened about 15, 20 minutes ago. There's 154 more votes to be called. And as of right now, 167, this is for the House, 167 Republicans, 114 on the Democrat side, this is the one that I was actually kind of worried about. I knew that we're going to take the Senate, but as you guys can see, we're still waiting. We're one count away to win the Senate for where we can actually say, okay, we won. So we're waiting it out. It's a little bit of a snail game, but we're watching it.
Let me bring up the what ifs, guys. And Mike, will start out with you. The what ifs. What if all three, I'm talking about the House, the Senate, and the presidency, goes for Trump? What should be their main objectives? What legislation should be passed?
Oh man, that's a heavy question. That would be an all-nighter for me. But I guess I'll just try to sum it up as best as I possibly can. I guess I want to see quite a bit of change, obviously, from what we're doing right now. I think we need to immediately address our asylum laws. I think that's
What
something
would
that
be your top three? It's easy.
I would say the asylum laws. I would say, obviously, what Trump is going to do economically for us with the tariffs. Now, yes, people argue that, yes, you're going to feel, that come down to the consumer a little bit. And that's very true. It's a fact. But, the counter to this is Kamala wants to bring corporate tax up. And where does that surplus go back to? Well, unfortunately, the consumer ends up biting all of it. And so why would you take it out on the company and the American public at the same time? Why not just kind of consolidate that? So those are basically the main things I would, primarily focus on. And of course the whole transformer issue.
What about you, Hardwire?
I think the first thing we need to address is the border, because that'll help a lot with the economy. And foreign spending is a little out of control, and then energy prices. Energy prices will help bring the whole economy back in.
I really want to appreciate everybody that's in the audience for sticking with us for 3.5 hours. This has been badass. All the biker community coming
straight up.
Hell yeah.
And listening from our viewpoints. But Dr. Harley, what's your top three?
Top three. Geopolitics. Get the world back under peace and less wars. Number one. Number two, secure our borders, and let's work on getting these illegal immigrants that are criminals back to wherever they came from. And third, let's build that goddamn pipeline again.
Yep.
Rock and roll. You know, one thing I found interesting so far that I haven't heard was when it comes to the election integrity. Don't you think they should get that taken care of as a priority? And also national concealed carry or something like that. I'm just throwing stuff out there for you guys, Straight Jacket.
I like the national concealed carry idea, but as far as election integrity, you'll never reach it. That's like, utopia.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, no, I didn't think about national concealed carry until you said that. Fuck yeah, that would be
absolutely. I'm all for it. Yeah,
I'm all for that. My big
that's just like me. I can carry a gun in Wisconsin, Iowa, and Indiana, but not my own state. The cocksuckers.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I think all gun laws are unconstitutional. Repeal the NFA. But my top three are still going to be secure the border. And then anybody who is over here illegally, I don't think that mass deportation is going to fix anything, but one strike, you're out. Like, you do some crazy stuff. If it's a felony, you're gone. You know what I mean? Gonzo. As a somebody who's married into an immigrant family, I see that, man. I got not a lot, but I have some illegal immigrant family members who are awesome, haven't done anything wrong, and they're terrified. And I get that.
Well, if you don't do anything wrong, you shouldn't be terrified, right?
Right, exactly. And so they're terrified of just randomly getting deported. Now, a lot of that is just hype from, social media.
Of course.
So we're going to say
people are going to use emotions on that. Of course, it's going to be used against it.
The border, not because, we don't want immigrants. The border because, they're going to exploit the border. This is the one place in the world that needs a border. Like, you got to have checks and balances at the border. You can't just let everybody come here. We're the place that a lot of people, everybody in the Middle East that have been training since they were younger than me to kill me. You know what I mean? So funneling them up here through coyotes, through the cartel, that's not good, bro. That's really not good.
Well, there's a physical border and a wall that separates Kuwait from Iraq.
Yeah. Every country with something to protect has a fucking
absolutely.
Sorry, Hollywood. I keep saying the F word.
Nah, don't worry, man. I got Mike on that one. I gonna put soap in your mouth too. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Michigan. I'm gonna give you some updates here right now. Michigan, it's 51.4 to Kamala Harris is 46.9. Jill Stein is just leveling, taking votes away left and right.
I hate that.
Wisconsin, it's 50.9 to 47.6. Pennsylvania right now is a 51.3 Trump to 47.8. The estimated vote count in Pennsylvania is 77.2%. Wisconsin, 67.2. Georgia, we already know, has been called, and Michigan is at 36.7% of the vote right now in Michigan. But go ahead, Blair, your top three.
So I agree we need to secure the border, but I've got a twofold on that. So not just that we need to like secure the border, but I believe we need to deal with the asylum and streamline the immigration process. My great grandparents on my mom's side were immigrants from Yugoslavia back when Yugoslavia was a country. And, you know, knowing their story and what they had to go through, it was easier back then because there was less bureaucracy. So we need to definitely streamline the process so that way we make it a viable legal path for people to come into this country and better their lives. We do need to deal, I think we need the Abraham Accords back. We need to get peace back in to the Middle East region and get the countries to get along over there because it's such a volatile area, and what that does to the geopolitical on the world stage is just crazy.
Do you think that's why Trump is pulling Blair a lot of the Muslim votes? Because
that very well could be because they want to see peace in the countries that they came from, because they probably still have a lot of family there and they don't want their families to go through the strife. Just because they got out doesn't mean that there's still not loved ones there that they want to have live in a peaceful society.
Yeah.
Especially now being here because they've been able to see a peaceful society.
Yeah,
well,
like
somewhat
what freedom
peaceful,
and
but
yeah.
Exactly.
You're right though. Mm-hmm.
Now that goes to a
and
good
then
point of view, Blair. Your people came over from Yugoslavia. A lot of people that are younger than us don't know what that is, but they don't even, when we were kids, and I'm sure, you know, Dr. Harley Hardwire, Blair, lived through this. We had when you looked at a map of the world, it was half of the Soviet Union out to in Europe. It was very dangerous times back then.
Yes,
100%.
Yeah, Mike, we didn't get that map.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know, the funny thing is, you know, we were talking about slavery earlier. So the Slavic people, that is actually a slang term for slave. They're all white and they're slaves. They were slaves throughout the majority of their history early on. And a lot of people don't realize that there was probably more white slaves than there was black slaves in the world.
Yeah.
And yet we only talk about it from one demographic, which is, in my opinion, pandering to that demographic. But, you know, and the third thing that I think that we need to see is we need to see more fair trade for Americans. We need to be more on an equal level with trade with other countries to where we don't get taken advantage of. We should not be making poor trade deals with other countries just because we have become dependent on those countries. And by doing that, we're going to bring production back to the United States like it should be, instead of importing so much things into the United States. Now, I know that a lot of that's going to take a lot of time to fix, and it's not going to happen in 4 years. But if we can get started on that path and prove that that path is the right path to walk down, then it's going to be a lot harder for someone following this election to veer off of that path, because we set and we make that roadway for that path.
Blair, I got a question for you from the audience. Did your family immigrate to America as asylum seekers during the Bosnia Serb War? With the breakdown of Yugoslavia, he's just curious.
They left. So my great grandparents both my mom's dad and my mom's parents. So my mom's grandparents, both of them immigrated from the Yugoslavia, and they immigrated in the 30s, the mid to late 30s, right before World War II broke out. So it was before that Bosnia stuff going on.
Okay. Now, do they have a better appreciation for, and I think this is all immigrants, especially those that lived under communism. Do you think they have a better appreciation for what America is compared, and this is a question for everybody, compared to actual U.S. citizens?
100%. And it's not even, it wasn't even, it wasn't lost on my grandmother, and it wasn't lost on my mom. It wasn't lost on my aunts. You know, they're conservatives, they are Republicans, but they're that way because they saw what the party could do for them to have that better lifestyle and that free society is the reason why they're conservative. And also religion plays a part of it too. I grew up in a very strict Catholic household, probably the reason why I'm Buddhist, because I have some interesting viewpoints on religions because of growing up in that household. But because of that religion, they tend to hold that political value because it co-aligns with the religion value.
Now, let me expand on that. Dr. Harley, as well as Straight Age, and I'll get the mic in here and Hardwire in a second, but you guys being in the military and seeing overseas the fighting that you had, how did a lot of them people take to the Americans helping them, and did they ever express to you the desire to ever come to America or to have America there? Well, you know what I mean. Go ahead.
Doc, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I've been to the Middle East, different time periods, different things. I mean, when you look at when Saddam was finally caught and hung, the Americans would love to be there. They loved us there in Iraq. They were very happy to see us there. They wanted to come to America. Then you fast forward, some years, and they were tired of us being there. We went from being an occupying force. Well, we turned it to an occupying force. We weren't there as a liberating force anymore. We turned it to an occupying force. In Afghanistan, I can tell you, I made a good friend over there. There's a local outside of Tarin, Afghanistan. His name is Nabi. I still email with him once in a while. And, he made a very profound statement to me. He says, you Americans and everybody else want to get rid of the Taliban. You can't. It's like getting rid of roaches in your house. He says, you turn the lights on, the roaches scatter. You don't see any of them. The Taliban, the coalition forces come into a village, you don't see them. Not for a while. And then you leave, and then they start to come back, and then they come back in force. He says, you'll never get rid of them. So, yeah, and, I work with a guy who's from Kabul, Afghanistan now, and I work with a guy who's from Mosul in Iraq, and great people, good people,
Mm-hmm.
Can I jump in real quick? I got a quick question for you, Dr. Harley.
Yeah.
Do you think that is because that mindset is an ideology mindset, and it's extremely hard to get rid of an ideology versus an actual physical thing?
Well, it is an ideology, religion based, and I'm going to say it. Religion is the root of all evil, because without religion, you wouldn't have a lot of religious wars.
Well, they're taught to do what they do over there, right?
Yep. And they're extremists, and it's really hard to explain, because sometimes people are put into the Taliban under force. Fight for us, or we're going to kill your family. Type of deal.
Real quick, giving you an update, and I'll let Dr. Harley go back. 20% of the African American vote so far in Wisconsin is going to President Trump. And this statement just came out from Maxine Waters, saying that if Trump wins, it's due to racism in America. She just said we are outnumbered, and is implying that the majority are racist. But go ahead, Doc, with your
real quick.
After that,
I just want to say right now the Republicans just won the Senate.
The Senate is now in Republican hands.
Yep, it is. It's locked down.
Rock.
That's awesome. But I mean,
great.
It depends on, you know, if they wanted us there, if they want to come to America. Of course, they all want to come to America. They want to have a better life. They want to have the opportunities that we all have. But do they want us there? Do they enjoy us there? It's depending on the time frame. It's depending on when you were there, and what part of the country you were in. I mean, you go into some of the mountains of Afghanistan. Heck, they don't even have electricity. You know,
some of them thought we were Russian.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. So
they still thought it was the Cold War. They didn't know anything about it.
Yep.
That's what I was gonna say, Doc. I never went to Iraq, and from what I understand, Iraq was a lot more Western than people actually think it was.
Oh yeah.
You had the Sunnis and the Shiites, and I'm not gonna pretend to know the difference, but one of them was wearing tube tops and spaghetti straps, and the other one was fully burqa'd up.
Yeah.
And they were simultaneously coexisting in the same cities, and they're
Iraq's the only place in the world you could see society through time, because you still see people roaming the desert nomadically to modern cities with, you know, skyscrapers and, you know, Mercedes and Bugattis and all that other fun stuff. I mean, it's an interesting place.
Afghanistan, you'll be lucky to see a car other than a Toyota 4Runner. And most
or
people
a Helix.
Well, the Hilux, man, I love the Hilux. But
or the Tatas.
or the 2010 Ford Ranger with the Honda hood ornaments. But yeah, if you go, depending on where you go in Afghanistan, you're going to get a different outtake. You go to the Tangi Valley, they don't give a damn who you are. They want you gone. You go to Kabul, everyone loves America in Kabul. Everybody's super cool. Everybody was super cool. And all of the translators that we had were super cool. They wanted to come to America. They're weird, but they didn't have any ill will for us. I mean, it didn't seem like it. The ANA and the AMP, all corrupt, though, you know.
Let me ask you, let me steer it in a different direction here. I want to get each one of your guys' thoughts, starting with Hardwire, then Mike, and then so on. What do you think about what a sitting congresswoman of the United States just said? If they lose the election, then it was because of racism, and that would put the majority as a racist. When does it stop?
I just think there's no excuse for that kind of thing. There's got to be a code of conduct amongst them where they just can't spew out things like that. That's awful. You know, it's unable to accept defeat for once. I mean, for one thing, and for the other thing, it's you know, it's just stoking violence. It's going to encourage people to do the bad things when all these results come out, and if Trump wins, it's going to get them out on the streets, and there's got to be a code that they can't say things like that, or they're just expelled.
No kidding.
What's your thoughts?
I gotta agree with you, Hardwire. I think this type of rhetoric is what is extremely dangerous. Now, luckily, some that I brought up earlier is just like how Democrats were using racist, that term for the last 8 years or whatever, extreme amount. Now we kind of see through that stuff. I look at that and it's totally degrading to the citizen. You know what I mean? Which is unfortunate. That's something that should not be tolerated.
Go ahead, Dr. Harley.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for the past, since President Obama, if you were a Republican, you were a racist. If you wear Trump support stuff, you're a racist. My wife works at a high school. One of the students had a Trump hat and a Trump lanyard, and the teachers were complaining to send him home because they were being triggered by this hat and lanyard.
Yeah, not the
Unreal.
kids, the teachers, right?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's
The
crazy.
kids are wearing that stuff, and the teachers are being triggered
Yeah, grown ass adults
because
can't
he's a
handle themselves.
racist, because he supports Trump.
Unreal.
That's
Unreal.
got to be another thing.
I thought, wait a
You
minute,
got
I
to start
thought
firing people.
Democratic Party was like the accepting party, and
Nobody's responsible for your feelings but yourself.
That's
Bingo.
crazy.
Damn
The
straight.
Democrat Party only accepts people if they go along with what they believe in.
Right.
To
It's
interject-
becoming, it feels like that anyway.
to interject real quick, in Wisconsin, 70% of the vote is in. 51% to Trump, 47.6 to Kamala. Looks like that the fourth party candidates are really eating up on Kamala in there. I don't see how she can take that one back.
same thing with
Pennsylvania is at 81.4%
Yep.
with Trump, 51.4 to 47.6.
That's huge right now.
And then in Michigan, only 40% is in right now, but it's 51 to 46. Go ahead. Glare, I cut you off.
Oh no, I was done saying what I was saying.
Yeah, we need to win Pennsylvania. Once that happens right there, that it's all game from there.
Right. And also we do got the Mike's been watching the House and the Senate for us.
Yep, we're getting closer. The only thing that has really moved since the win of the U.S. Senate, we still have 142 to be called for the House, and we've actually led the race on both the House and the Senate the entire time, and it's very interesting to watch. But yeah, we're getting close. So we need 218 to win, and we've got 170 currently over compared to 123 on Democrats.
Can you give a check on Carrie yet? See how she's doing?
Yep. So there's only been a 1% move in Arizona, just so you know. It's still 45.9% for Kerry. And then
That's going to be a tough one.
For Rubin, 52.4%.
Now
Yeah.
this kind of doesn't seem right to me. Maybe the Guardians got it wrong, but they got Trump up 49.8. Harris is 49.4 with 50% of the vote counted. I don't believe that. Not that one.
This is Arizona you're talking about?
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to show this because it was asked in the chat. The Pennsylvania right here, what is currently going on in Pennsylvania. So this is what we're looking at. Allentown, of course, and Philadelphia, it's going to be like that. Of course, Pittsburgh as well. But everything else is primarily red.
Here's the link that I think me and Mike are using. I'm using the Guardian. You can go over the map, and it's telling you all the results live, and you to see what counties have voted and not counted over there.
Really makes you wonder if we shouldn't have some kind of way of not letting too many people live on top of each other like that. There's just something unnatural about that. It's like a big pimple. Eventually you need to pop them things and let people spread out a little bit.
Yeah, you got that right. What do you think about, we're talking about the, they wanted to ban the Electoral College. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's a bad thing to ban the Electoral College. Truthfully, the way that it's designed is so that you don't allow these major cities to take over the rest of the country's opinion. Because every bit of what we have is geographical differences, right? There's obviously an ideology difference between the South and California, for instance, right? So what they're going to vote for is not anything that is relative to us over here. You know what I mean?
The only time
Trump takes the lead in Bucks County, where he was shot, 56%. Go ahead.
There it is. Mm-hmm.
The only time that they really started screaming for banning the Electoral College was when they didn't win, when it was Trump versus Hillary. They didn't complain about banning the Electoral College when Joe Biden won. So that's just being a poor loser. Like, get over it. I mean, you can't ban something that's been in practice for 200 years and say that it's a flawed system when it's been working for 200 years.
Didn't a
Well,
lot
it
of
didn't
those,
go in
didn't a
their
lot of
favor,
those
so it's
tried
not
start?
working.
Didn't
When
a
it
lot of
goes in
those
their
tried
favor, it
start
works.
whenever Al Gore lost? Wasn't when that
Yep.
a lot of that started?
I don't remember the Gore election that well, so
Right now, and this is a good question, and we'll start with Dr. Harley on this. If the left ends up losing, and I'm not saying they're going to lose or not, but it's more likely not without any shenanigans that it's going down that way. Do you think it's time for them to get their news from somewhere other than CNN and MSNBC or any of those far leftist audiences?
Well, they love the Clinton News Network. I'm sorry, CNN.
It's true.
They're going to get their news where they want it, and who's paying them. Whether it's all the left paying them, and that's where they're going to get their news. They're going to listen to what they want to listen to.
Yes, it's what sounds good to their ear.
Yes.
Yes.
It goes with anybody else. You always want to listen to things that you want to hear about you. You don't want to hear the bad things about you, so you're not going to listen. And it's just human nature.
Well, for the example, Dr. Harley, Joy Reid, crazy idiot. The second opportunity white women had to save America and change the way they interact with the patriarchy, but they voted based on race rather than gender. Your thoughts? Everybody's thoughts.
Identity politics will be the death of it.
Yep, I'm with you.
You can't be glued to your perspective, man. You have to be open.
Do you think Hardwire, that is the death of wokeism right now, is what you're seeing in the votes?
God, I hope so.
Yeah, I think it's for sure. People are tired of it. There's way too many people stayed silent for too long and sat back and took it on the chin. And we all wanted to have that live and let live type of mentality for a long time, but eventually, when you do that, it comes back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah, do that with 350 million people. See what happens.
And it did, and I think it's self-correcting. The country can only take so much of that before it just explodes. And
Very
people
well
don't want that either.
Glare, your thoughts?
a lot of all of this stuff is, whether it's cyclical or a pendulum swinging from one side to the other, the pendulum's always going to swing back one way. I think we're starting to see that swing. I think they really pushed the boundaries far, especially by getting involved with the schools, because now you've taken someone that was probably willing to vote for Kamala and disenfranchise them because you started coming after their kids. As soon as you come after people's kids, that's when it's like, oh, the hell you do, And I think that really played a big role in it, in the identity politics. Like it really was a hamper on them by coming after kids and pushing all of that Decepticon BS, Transformer stuff, the books in the schools even, and then getting upset with the parents when they're questioning, why is this book available to my kid at school?
And putting them on
I'm not saying ban the book. Let the book be at Barnes and Noble, but it should not be in a public school.
Damn straight.
Very good, straight. Very good.
Let me bring up which books you're talking about, man, because I got into an argument not that long ago about that. And some of these books are, man, I'm going to get my mouth washed.
Dude, they're crude.
Right now,
one of them is called Flamer.
Before you get in there, straight eight, right now, Trump is 40 electoral votes away from winning.
Man, it's starting to feel good.
Well, once he takes Pennsylvania, it's done.
Look, I got into an argument not that long ago with a little blue-haired girl, and it's because I said, all right, so the book Charlotte's Web has recently been banned from schools because of two things.
What?
One, the number one reason was religious perspective, and the second reason was talking animals. But there's
Oh my
3
God.
books. I'm not going to name the 3, but the one of them that I remember was a book called Flamer. That's available in pretty much every elementary or middle school. What is it? Library, right? I don't know why that word is so hard to find. But it's basically a can I say the words? It's a gay sex instructional. It's pretty
Yeah,
much
go
an
ahead.
instructional on how to do that. And
Yeah, it
their
does.
argument was, well, how else are they going to find out? Bruh, you banned Charlotte's Web. I hate that book. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think that your book should be banned, but I'm not going to say because I think so it should just automatically happen. But Charlotte's Web was too much. There's
Yeah,
3
it's
of them, and all
hypocrisy.
3 of them were the same, and all 3 of these books are available everywhere.
Unreal.
That's
It'd be
insane.
okay to show their perspective, but nobody else's.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, look, they banned Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn out of libraries
Why? What was the reason too?
because
Because of
of
race.
the use of the N word.
Yes.
Okay.
Just like Song of the
And
South
so-
was banned.
But every kid can
So
listen
it-
to rap and hip hop going down the you know,
Oh,
where
that's all
every
part of
other
it.
and you know,
word.
so the funny thing is, both those books have been rewritten, and instead of saying N Jim, they say Black Jim instead. But they still are banned because they're identifying a race,
Yep.
which is absolutely ridiculous because that book is written by one of the greatest American authors that America probably has ever produced.
Then how can hip hop and rap exist?
Exactly.
We didn't want to read them damn
And it's
books
promoted.
anyway, but you know,
Promoted
Yeah.
too.
But they're a part of American culture, and I do.
Absolutely.
You know what? On this point, I do believe sometimes the Christian right goes too damn far on some stuff. You know, I'm not talking about.
They do.
no,
You
for
know,
sure.
they want to ban everything and everything, but the left is just these two sides are always going to go to one extreme or another, and nobody goes into the middle. Why isn't there any middle of the road people anymore, or we're just not hearing it because the mainstream media, we go to where we want to hear our views.
Well, I think all of us
Well,
are
don't you
somewhat in
think
the
that's
middle.
the reason why Donald Trump is doing so well? Because he's falling into more of that moderate kind of groove because he's allowing states to make their own choice on abortion. He is not pro this or pro that. He is just let's make America good. So do you think that Donald Trump is filling that gap?
That's a good question for the panel. What do you guys think?
I think
I
so.
think
He's not. Okay, so none of us on here are far right. All of us are pretty conservative, but none of us are far right. None of us I've seen the far right. The far
Right.
right's weird.
You're actually very right about this.
The
Mhm.
far right will make Hitler blush. That's
Right.
how. I mean, the far right thinks that condoms are abortions. They
Right.
need to be banned.
That's
So,
so
yeah, I
extreme.
mean-
Yeah.
Well, like somebody myself and Glare, I think you said I really wanted to vote for Robert Kennedy. I really did. I wanted to vote for him. I was glad that he went over to Trump's side when he seen all the shenanigans that supposedly the Democracy Party was throwing. But if you look at him, and I know I got positions I don't agree with him on, but ain't that America where we're supposed to be able to debate and come to the middle of things? And like you said, Straight Eight, the far right, they are freaking psychos, man. They're just like the leftists. Why have we come to this point in the country where nobody's middle of the road? And I'll start with you, Dr. Harley, go to Mike, and then Hardwire and everybody else. It just amazes me.
Well, it's not middle of the road because it's not the popular thing. If you're far left, you're hanging out with the far left guys. And if you're far right, you're hanging out with the far right people. And you have like-minded people like bikers. We hang out together. They're going to hang out together and they're going to squawk and make all the noise they can to get their agenda pushed through. Their agenda, not the agenda that is best for America. And that's the problem. We need to start to work towards a better America, what's better for the people of America. and that'd be the end of it. I mean, this whole far left, far right, who gives a damn?
Very well said. Very well said.
Well, I think the reason that it's being brought up is because like anybody on the left automatically calls anybody on the right far right. Like they automatically, I mean, that's the kind of, I'm in an argument right here on the side. I mean, they're basically saying that Robert Byrd's not a bad guy because he denounced the KKK before he died. Like, bruh, are you serious? Trump, you cannot show me a video of Trump actually saying something racist. They keep bringing up this Central Park 5, but that's literally all they keep saying.
And at first, the Central Park 5, they actually admitted they were guilty, and it wasn't until Trump came out. Trump said, "Yeah, well, if they pleaded guilty, they're scumbags." He would do the same things that we would have done. Somebody says, "Yeah, we committed this. Yeah, you're this," but then all of a sudden, it goes down a rabbit hole. But as you're saying, you're sitting there. Trump was photographed, it was funny, before Trump ran for office, everybody loved him.
Even Jay-Z.
And he was getting medals and everything from African-American organizations. Now all of a sudden he's racist.
In 2015, when Trump did his first election, Oprah wanted to be his running mate.
Exactly.
No shit, dude.
Oh yeah, it's been shown on the internet. It's been showed, that clip, that I think it was in the 80s when Trump, he never wanted to do this. He's doing it for love of country. This dude's a billionaire. I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be sitting on some with a blonde.
He's the only president ever to take office and come out with a net worth less than what he started his term with.
Not only just a net worth, $1 billion less. A whole billion.
100%.
And he didn't take a paycheck when he was in office. He gave it away.
Well, you took $1 a year. He had to.
$1. That was mandatory, but everything else to charity.
And I hate to say this, but they've done the genealogy on Trump. He's the only sitting president in U.S. history to not come from slave owner lineage.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Fact check me. I don't know. I saw that on the internet. So,
What is it on Facebook? Because if it's on Facebook, it's true.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think, Hardwire?
Yeah, we was talking so much I forgot what we were talking about.
about the radicalism of the far right and the left.
Oh, yeah, I understand a lot of perspective. I mean, the right sat back and tried to be middle of the road for a long time. Not the far right, but the most. Like me, okay, I considered myself like center, but the left has gone so far left that it pushed me to the right, if you understand what I mean. With the right has sat back and sat quiet so much that the left has kept pushing that line farther and farther and farther left, and the right's come to the point where we still have to compromise, but when we sit back and stay quiet and don't actually try to work things out, but let things go, you get what we have now. And that's why the right's trying to take a hard stance.
Yep. Got to agree with that. And it's interesting when it comes to this whole ordeal, because I look at this as a majority issue, right? And I honestly look at this and the left is projecting, you know what I mean? There's so many radical viewpoints. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't radical viewpoints on the far right. There, of course, is. But if you look at the radicals in numbers or percentage or whatever by party, the Republican Party does not have as many crazy radicals in it as the Democrats do, period.
Very well said right there. Very well said. Seeing if we got some... Go ahead.
The left and the right, the extreme left, the extreme right, I equate it to someone trying to push a boulder off a cliff and say, oh, we're going to stop the boulder halfway down the cliff. Well, that's never going to happen.
Of course.
There's no way to get that boulder to stop halfway down the cliff once you push it. And everybody is standing there saying, hey, don't push that boulder down that cliff because it's not going to stop where you think it's going to stop.
It never does.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So do you think this is a referendum on all these ideas do you think America's finally waking up?
I do.
Do you
Absolutely.
think it's
so.
just
the beginning, though.
You think
I think
this
the
is the
boulder
beginning of
boulder
it
down the
going-
hill is a good analogy for the ridiculousness of climate change. I mean, the Earth's headed towards warming, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. The oceans are going to rise. All these things are going to happen. There's nothing that can be done to stop it. It's hubris to think that we can just find ways to stop it. With the tectonic plates on the planet, the way it works, everything's going to move. It's going to push around. Things are going to change. And what we're trying to do is protect everybody's property and think that things can't change. Well, we live on a planet that's like a living, almost like a living thing. Okay, it's moving. It's constantly doing things. The planet's been through warming and cooling cycles. It's things are ever changing, and it always will be.
Right now, the popular vote is in Trump's favor, 61,795,800, or 51% to 48% on Harris. Hardwire brings up a good point, Mike. And for the rest, I would ask this: do you think America's finally coming back to the middle of the road, or do you think the extreme on both parties are going to keep on continuing taking over the conversation?
Yeah, it's interesting. I forget exactly who used the reference earlier. I think it was Glare that said the pendulum is swinging, and that's exactly what we see. It is a pendulum movement where people get tired of this and it flip flops back and forth, blah blah blah. Now, on the radical side, I don't necessarily see it going like extremely radical on the right. To be quite honest, I do see, for instance, when Trump wins. There's going to be some radical stuff going on in the streets, guaranteed. It's going to be unrest.
So everybody knows Republicans have just flipped the governor's mansion in Puerto Rico, despite that joke controversy.
I don't think people give the Hispanic community enough credit because they're very Catholic. They're a lot more conservative than Democrats want to think.
Yes, you're right.
Traditionally very conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And the hardworking.
Do you guys start with Dr. Harley? Do you think that minorities are finally starting to wake up to how the Democrats play them?
I think they are, because a lot of the minorities are starting to think for themselves and no longer letting the government think for them. I mean, everybody's getting tired. Everybody, minorities, majorities, everybody's getting tired of.
And everyone's broke.
Big government. They're tired of being broke, and they're just tired of the quid pro quo. They just want to get on with their life and live and be prosperous. And you can't do it under this current regime.
They're going to have to call Wisconsin soon. I'm over actually looking at the Guardian where you to figure the votes out. I know where, because Wisconsin's right next to me, and a lot of the votes are in where she can't make it up in Wisconsin. But go ahead. I just wanted to give a quick update. You're up, Dr. Harley.
I'm sorry. I was just doing some math in my head. But I apologize. What was the question?
You think the pendulum's swinging back to the middle?
Yes, I do. I really do, because people get tired of it. They really are. I know I am.
Do you think immigrants or newly minted citizens, straight A, are going to, and this is for Glare or anybody on the panel, you just mentioned that Latinos are Catholic and have more of the values that a lot of the right, I guess, say, but to me, it's the middle of the road. They're starting to come around to the fact that, hey, I might be being used here.
I think everybody's starting to come around, not just them. Yeah, I think everybody is. You see that a lot. You didn't see this in the 2016 election. All you saw was just like total extremism on both sides. Now you're starting to see like Latinos for Trump, and like there's a big movement for like all sorts of races for Trump. I think everybody's starting to realize that Trump's not bought and paid for, and that's kind of what makes him great. He's not a Republican; he's just running as a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some conservative values, but
I think importing so many people from a country that's traditionally conservative is going to backfire on Democrats eventually.
I think it's going to be eventually. At first, it might not. You might have a whole bunch of people thinking like, hey, the only reason we're here is because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, so we might as well support them. But I think they will come around once they start to see.
Yeah, I also think it's the people that were here that voted for Biden Harris that were here during Trump, and then they saw how much better life was financially for them than it was for this past 4 years. That's why also they're coming around.
We got news breaking out of Joaquin Heinrich out of she is a senior White House correspondent over at Fox News. 3 sources confirm to her that Harris her team are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at Harris Friends and Family Party says her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told them 100% agree the path of victory is very close. And then the third source said they're losing this.
Do you think there's any circumstance in which she'll concede?
Well, they just, and I was reading that, and this is one thing that worried me here. The Harris campaign memo said, get some sleep. We need to wait until 3 a.m. to determine who won.
Yes, exactly. And that's exactly what Anson Knowles just said. He said, they're not going to call anything. It's time to shut it down for the night. And when everyone gets up in the morning, Trump will be behind in all the swing states.
Exactly.
Yeah, the same thing they did last time.
Yep.
I wouldn't let them stop counting.
I know.
Here's the thing, though. What are we going to do if they do? What are we going to do if it turns into a whole nother 4 years ago on the grand scale?
Go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
Everyone's
think
got jobs
the
here.
same way as I did tomorrow. I'm a survivor. I'll find a way to get through.
I don't think they'd be able to pull it off this time, though. I really don't. I don't think
so either, but I don't think you're actually going to get anything out of it. I don't think anything's actually going to happen. I'm not enticing it, but
no, but you're bearing the question, and I understand it.
Because
it's basically like saying,
and that's the math I was doing before Hollywood. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that puts him over the 270 electoral votes.
Right.
Right now, 85.8 or 85.5% of the vote is in. He's leading 50.9 to 48.1. I don't see how she can overcome that.
Is that Pennsylvania?
Right? And in Wisconsin, it's 77% reported in, and Trump's at 51.2, and she's at 47.3.
Yeah, so I don't see, and I know Wisconsin, they're not going to shut down for the night. You're going to know a winner out of Wisconsin, I would hope, anyway.
Yeah.
The most pertinent thing to know would be that that's 87% or whatever of the precincts, not of the voting population. So how many's left in that 13% of the precincts? What's the population left there of voting people?
Let's see here. I'm looking at Dane County right now.
We're being very careful about calling these last couple.
Dane County's got 57% of the vote in, and they're saying in Milwaukee they don't have a big turnout. Then let's see here. We probably got Chinatown coming to join us. Yeah,
nice.
We got Chinatown. She's gonna jump over here too.
Did she bring you dinner?
She brought me dinner. Good. Anyway,
congratulations on voting today.
They're saying congrats
on voting.
Yeah.
Glad to hear, China Doll. Glad to hear.
My daughter and my wife did for the first time today too.
Good deal, Hardwire.
Isn't that crazy, guys? It's like 28% of America usually votes, like 20%.
Rock County. Oh, Rock County's right next door to me. That's 96% of the vote right there. Uh,
Damn.
yeah, holy cow.
Wow.
They're going to
That's
have to call
incredible.
it sometime. And Pennsylvania should be getting called right now.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, they're at 86%.
Yep, 86. Everything's still pretty much red except for those major cities that we were talking about, Allentown.
And they're not coming in
Allentown,
enough.
Philly, Pittsburgh, and Erie.
In Pittsburgh, yeah.
You
And
guys
they're
aren't
not
seeing any weird stuff, right? Because I haven't been seeing any weird stuff on any of the socials.
No,
this
the
time.
weird stuff that would happen theoretically is essentially what Anson Knowles was saying is when we wake up in the morning, then those ballots, you know what I mean? That's the nefarious part. Right now, everyone's watching.
That's true.
Yeah, everybody's watching
it's too early.
Actually, it's looking good for them.
No, it is. Right now, it is actually looking very good for them.
That's what they said in 2020, isn't it? Everything.
Yes,
we went
it
to
was.
bed and we was winning, and everything was looking good. And woke up, and yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking for the 2020 results, and I couldn't find the actual counts and all that.
China Doll's going to be coming on here. She's getting on.
Yeah, why don't you send me the link so I can get
Oh.
on?
Bless us with your presence, China Doll.
It'll be great to have a woman's perspective.
I'm just gonna say, from the newcomer's perspective, it's an honor to be on here with all you damn people,
And vice versa. With
Exactly.
all
Vice versa.
It's
great.
From a biker's perspective,
It's
I've
been
been
a-
watching a lot of different channels on YouTube. Hollywood, I like to watch sometimes, and BD, and I started watching the Pat show with Mooch and them, and this panel and those shows are a perfect example of why you should not. And clubs are terrible about this. They like to try to brainwash you against other clubs to think they're just some kind of evil, and these are perfect examples of why we should be able to get along, because we're human beings first. And if you keep that crap out of it, we should all be able to get along.
Damn straight.
Well said.
100%.
Well said. Well fucking said right there. Damn good said. But what's the Congress stuff up to, Mike?
Let me go ahead and share it with you. We haven't gotten too much movement on this side, but it's, we're watching it. Hold on, let me make sure I go to the correct page here. Yep, here it is. Boom. Okay, so right now, Republicans on the Senate side are 51. Of course, they won it, but what we care about is the House right now. We're at 179 on the Republican side versus 147. 147 compared to 179. So we need 218. So we got only 109 left to be called.
Rock on.
If you want China Doll to come in, I'll volunteer you can take me out, because I really need to be going to bed. I wasn't planning on being here this long.
I don't think any of us were.
Yeah,
I'm
about ready to go too. 4:30 comes early.
Yeah,
it does.
We really appreciate having you guys on, man. That was killer.
Thank you for having us on.
Hollywood, it was an honor. It was great to meet you. Great being on a panel with you. Appreciate it very much. Mike, thank you very much. Straight. Hey, I'll chat with you in the morning.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks
sir.
to everybody.
You know where I'm
Mike,
at.
thanks for sending me the invite. Hollywood, great to be on with you again, man. Always an honor.
Awesome.
Hey, Blair, shoot me a text.
Dr. Harley, it was great meeting you also.
You too, bro. Be good.
All right, take care.
All right, guys. Rock
All
on.
right.
Well, China Doll, what's up?
Hey, how's everybody doing?
What's up?
Hello, Miss
Why are
China
you
Doll.
frozen? There you go. Now you just came in. We can see you now.
Miss China Doll.
Oh no, I'm down here in the bottom.
With no light.
Yeah, I got some.
Yeah, behind you.
I don't want light. I just
Can't
got
even
home
see your
from work.
face.
I just give me some there. That better.
Boom. Yeah. We need to be able to see you, China. We
I'm still in
appreciate
my
it.
work shirt and everything. Ugh.
So let's get your input into what's going on with the election right now. What you
Well,
seen?
okay. Our son actually was up at work with me, and he actually went through and counted up the swing states that are still favoring, like in between the two, and that are kind of pushing more towards Kamala. And he said that doing his math, which I watched him do it, Kamala's got no chance in hell to win,
Right.
like at all. I was very shocked today when I was at work, though, because a lot of people were coming in saying how they're not going to vote, but yet they'll be the first ones to complain.
Well, that's the problem. Don't be bitching about nothing unless you voted. You know what I mean?
That's it. If you
can
don't
vote,
vote,
you
you
have
give up
nothing.
your right to complain.
You have no opinion
And
at that point.
Should I have just taken all
best
7
part-
kids to the polls today?
the best part
You're
part was Hollywood actually came in and like about half hour, 45 minutes before you guys went on, and he was in there, and I was talking to a customer that said he's not going to bother to vote, and I go, then I don't want to hear you bitch and moan and complain that shit ain't going the way you want it to go.
Well, as
first thing tomorrow, no matter what.
well, let's ask this panel to China Dow. Joy Reid is now blaming women for how the election is going for Harris. Black voters came through for Harris. White women did not.
Of course not.
Well, just because she's got a cooter pocket don't mean I'm voting for her. I already said a woman should not be president. Sorry, I'm going to stick to it. I don't care if she's Republican or Democrat. That has no biting on, like, nothing to do with what I voted for. No. Yeah, I don't want a woman president because let me tell you, she gets menstrual cramps. She's going to be like, I'm pushing this button. Y'all don't get me cookies. No. It's not.
God.
No.
I got to give you that, China. That was a pretty base take right there.
Dudes in 2024 can't say that.
Yeah.
But I can't.
Repeal the 19th.
Well, hold on, China. I got a question for you. Define woman.
Titties and a vagina.
There you go. Good enough answer right there.
And wait, a vagina that can have babies.
Yes. How about that?
Ouch. China going off on
Sorry.
Yeah.
But my personal views on that really shouldn't matter because Hollywood and I go back and forth all the time because I don't care what people do. I don't care how they dress. I don't care. I don't judge people by how they look. I judge people how they treat me. And if they're going to disrespect me, I'm not going to blame it on the whole, like, if it's a Hispanic person and they're treating me disrespectfully, I'm going to blame that person, not the whole race. If it's a gay person disrespecting me, I'm going to blame that person, not all gay people.
Individual basis.
It's going to be based on individual. I don't
it's
judge
equal
people
energy.
that way.
Yeah, if you're a dickhead, you're going to be treated like a dickhead. You know
And
what I mean?
I definitely will.
Exactly. And we know China will. She ain't scared.
No, I ain't scared. You should have seen me at the polls, though. I was making people laugh. Oops,
Oh,
I
that's awesome.
I guess I'm not supposed to. But I had my little Scantron-y thing. First, I could have voted twice. Okay, I don't know if y'all saw that in the chat earlier because they thought I was my mother-in-law. Yeah. I'm like, no, she lives in Florida for like years now.
So they made you use ID?
No, they didn't ask for my ID.
That's crazy.
No, they did not. And
I got
even
ID.
Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois, you don't get. They did. I did hear some customers say that they did get ID'd, but yeah, I did not. And I said, no, flip one more page. There's me. Thanks. And then
so you can't just show up and say, I'm John Smith.
You can if you know the address.
Oh, okay.
Like all they asked me was my first, last name, and my address. No ID. I didn't have my voter's registration card with me. I had nothing. I walked in there with nothing. Just my car keys. That's all I had.
That pisses me off.
So that was fun. And then I'm standing over there and I'm trying not to be loud reading all these things on here. I'm like, why am I voting for this? Oh, shit.
Right now,
I don't even know what this means.
to step in on China Dow.
No, I'm not done.
Pennsylvania, Trump is leading by 173,000 ballots. Harris must win 59% of the 974,000 estimated to come out to overturn the lead. Wisconsin, she needs to win 58% of the 653,000 votes to be going. I don't think it's possible, Mike. You?
Yeah, I think at this point right now we're pretty much locked in. If it's fair, if they play by fairness, then we don't wake up to 5 million more votes, which is usually what would probably happen. It's what happened in 2020. So of course we're I think right now we're pretty locked in, especially with these swing states. Pennsylvania is humongous right now. Like having the lead we have right now is fantastic. I'm totally happy with that because it just shows that we're gonna win.
I want to tell my story.
Well, tell your story.
Okay. To answer Steve's question, we're in Winnebago County in Illinois. So I took my little Scantron thing because you get to put the thing in yourself, right? So I'm bending over, like looking in it as I'm putting the thing in, and I go, "Oh my God, this is gonna be the first Scantron I get an A+ on." And I said it like super loud. And of course, there were people that knew me in there, so that like made it fun because they all laughed. And I go, "What do I get? What do I get?" The dude hands me a sticker. I'm like, "This ain't good enough, but I'll take it." And I got applauded because I was first time voter.
Yep, you're gonna get that.
I got
See what happens when you turn 18, China Doll? You get the vote.
I know. I was 51 and voting for the first time. Whoops. It happens. I don't care.
But we're going on 4 hours and 30 minutes, guys. Holy cow.
Insane.
So what is your final prediction for tomorrow when we wake up? First Mike.
Well, I really hope, like I said, that we don't have this insane jump overnight. You know, right now, I really am. I'm pretty damn confident Trump is going to win this. It's everything is pointing in that direction, and even what the key is when you see the outlets, the liberal outlets that are reporting in Trump's favor, it's going to be hard for him.
Yeah, I don't think they can cheat their way on this one, Mike.
Yeah,
that's my fear that they do.
Yeah. Dr. Harley, what's your thoughts?
I'm afraid they're going to cheat their way to a win again.
Hope that doesn't happen.
I hope not either.
I think there'd be outrage if that happens. Let me tell you. Straight 8.
I mean, I'm having flashbacks of 4 years ago.
Yeah, I agree. You know what? I'm going to be the antagonist or the opposite. I'm going to say Trump's going to win. I hope so. But, you know, because I didn't vote, I don't get the right to say, right?
Yeah, that's right. You know, you're not allowed to have an opinion, homie.
It's all good.
Sit back. Next time,
Look,
vote.
Man, my rifle's ready. I'd just rather fight about it anyway.
There you go. China Doll, what's your thoughts?
You know, I already know where it's going to go because the polls are pretty much saying it already. Even them electoral college votes are pretty much saying it. But, you know, they can't call it early. But what I'm hoping to is not a hot mess, riot, disaster kind of crap. Just deal with who wins and just let's all just get along.
There you go. Well, everybody that stood with us for 4.5 hours, you guys rock. Make sure you go to everybody's channel that was on today. Straight Jacket, Dr. Harley, Hardwire, Mike. You know, it was a kick-ass panel today, man. I really
it really was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for making this happen, Hollywood. You know, appreciate it.
Rock on, guys. We're out of here. We're all going to take a break.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see you in the morning.
Check out the Madhouse Morning Show, hosted by me, James Hollywood Machikari, co-hosted by the lovely China Doll, uncensored and non-politically correct. Join us as we cover everything from breaking news, politics, and everything else under the sun. The Morning Madhouse streams live on Rumble, X, and YouTube. So join the conversation and give a show a follow. See you then. Rock on. Go visit one of the original Biker Lifestyle and Biker News YouTube channels where you will get in the know on what's happening in the biker scene, biker news, op-eds, and more from me, James Hollywood Machikari. Monday and Thursdays, a new video on topics happening in the scene. Get on over there, get to the channel, and subscribe. Rock on.